Councilors, please take your seats. Councilor Perry. Where is Councilor Perry? All right. Okay. Okie dokie. All right, councilors, everybody here? Ms. Call?
Councilor Lopez?
Wait a minute, I haven't hammered. I just want to make sure you were
Oh,
ready.
sorry. I'm
right.
trying to rush you.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call the Thursday, November 18th, regular meeting of the Roswell City Council to order. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Councilor Lopez? Councilor Lopez? Would you message him? I'll come back to him. Councilor Foster?
Here.
Councilor Perry?
Here.
Councilor Stubbs?
Here.
Councilor Oropesa?
Here.
Councilor Best?
Here.
Councilor Kennard?
Present.
Councilor Sanchez is absent. Councilor Roebuck?
Here.
Mayor Kintai?
Present.
Councilor Lopez?
He appears to be muted on my screen. All right, Councilor Lopez, you need to unmute your microphone. All right. Councilor Lopez, are you there?
Because I have to hear him.
Yep.
Yeah. Councilor Lopez?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
So you are here?
He muted himself.
Councilor Lopez?
Yes, I'm here. Can you
Thank
hear me now?
you.
Can you crank up the volume on him? All right. At this point, I will ask for everyone to please rise while Councilor Oropesa leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilor Roebuck does the invocation. Councilor Oropesa.
Father God, we ask for your blessings on our city. We ask for your blessing on our family. We ask for your blessing on those serving. Ask for guidance, give us wisdom, patience,
All right. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I make this motion for the approval of the agenda, it was brought to my attention that there was something within the regular agenda that in the committee had voted to put on the consent agenda. Can someone please remind me?
No, 11 is being removed.
No, that'll be removed.
Councilor Perry, that was item 13. It was the ICIP resolution, which is resolution 2176.
Okay, so resolution 2176. So as part of my motion, that would be to put that back over on consent, but I want to give counselors, if there's any, it came out of committee that way, to be placed on consent. So I just need, unless there's a counselor that would desire to hear it as regular, then I'll move to put it on consent.
Well, my objection to this, Counselor, is that it's been published as a regular item, and whether we have, whether there's anybody who wishes to speak on it, I don't know yet, but it was published as a regular item, not as a consent item. I
Parker.
understand what you're saying, but that's how it appeared to the public.
I don't believe that it would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act for you to put it onto the consent agenda if you choose to.
If there is a counselor who desires it to be heard as a regular agenda item.
I have Counselor Pace who wishes
Thank you.
it to be heard.
That's all I needed to hear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion at this time that we approve the agenda as is before us with the removal of item number 11, Resolution 2174, and that is because the person to present that is not with us this evening, and staff has assured me that this can wait until next month. All other proposed ordinances and requests along with the public hearing.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry to approve the agenda with item number 11 removed for a future date. All other agenda items as presented. Do I have a second? Wait a second. I need somebody to activate their button there. I have a motion by Perry and a second by Best. Councilor Orpace, did you still want to talk on the agenda? Okay. Anyone else wishing to debate or discuss the agenda? If not, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the agenda as discussed. A no or nay rejects it. All those, and activate your vote boxes when you respond. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay with explanation.
Okay? And do we have a vote total? All right, I've got lots of gaps there. Lopez and Kennard. Okay, so it's 8-1. Counselor Foster.
My nay is because when item 13 came out of committee, it was set, it's even in our minutes that it was supposed to be on consent. And I brought it to staff's attention the day that we published this, and they said, oh, well, we can just move it. It's not I don't believe it's an item that is controversial at all, and so I believe we should have at this point, I'm going to call for us, from now on, if I call a mistake on our agenda, we have to republish our agenda, because I don't think we can't even hear it legally now, I think, because it was not put on the regular agenda. It was put on consent, so now it's not even formally put in the right place. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't have any comments this evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have a full agenda, and so we will move on to presentations. I'm reminded everybody to shut down their cell phones, myself included, and we'll start with presentation from Mr. Chaparro.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to come speak tonight. We're going to cover a couple of informational items I want to present to the Council regarding some of the modernization that we've done at the landfill and the solid waste department as a whole. So historically, the Roswell Municipal Landfill cell, we're going to start with the cell. The cell expectancy is approximately 10 years for the cell. That's kind of the life that we've had before. But in an effort to extend the life of the Cell 5A, some of our heavy equipment that we recently purchased with the approval of City Council, we've integrated some GPS-grade technology, some systems to help us monitor the capacities, so the compaction rate. So the more we compact it, the more we can fit in there. It kind of extends the life of the cell. This technology will enable us landfill personnel to monitor the landfill capacity on a day-to-day basis. So what we can do now is we'll be able to monitor it regularly on a day-to-day basis with our staff on site. And some of that monitoring is the elevation and the topography that we used to contract out, where we can actually do it in-house now. Here's some of the projected tonnage that we're going to be looking at for the next Cell 5A. So in an effort to mitigate that and extend the life of the cell. We prepped our technology. We've been training. We've been utilizing CAT training. The landfill supervisor has been providing a lot of hands-on training to his landfill staff and operators so we can be ready for cell 5A and extend the life of the cell as we promised to the council before. Here's our 836 compactor that the council was gracious to approve to us that help us get to that point and get the right equipment and right size the equipment so we can accomplish those goals in the cell moving forward. Here's one of our graders. This is an earth moving machine. This also has technology that tells us exactly how much dirt we're lifting up, how much dirt we're putting down as well. Both of these tools are the right piece of equipment that we utilize to extend the life of the cell. Here's some of the GPS hardware that we've installed in both of the machines that we're able to utilize within the landfill. At the same time, we'll be able to integrate that to other pieces of equipment as we move forward. Here, what you can notice on the screen you have now, we want to really focus on efficiency in our work model and our work methods. On the right-hand side, this is what the operator sees inside of the compactor. So when they hit the green, when they get to the green level, we've reached the maximum capacity of that area that they're working on. So we can really fine-tune and kind of work on the areas that have not been compacted, and we can move on. So this will reduce the amount of man-hours and the amount of hours that we're actually running the equipment as well. Here's some of the GPS topography and elevations that we're receiving on real time right now. On the left-hand side, you'll see cell 4. This is where we've been doing a lot of our training. Our landfill supervisors have been working with our staff to kind of get a feel for the equipment, learn the equipment, how to operate the equipment so we can maximize that cell life when we get into 5A. Next, here's the topography. This is the system that we purchased at the landfill. We'll be able to see in real time the topography. On the right-hand side is actually 5A that we're about to get into. The red will show you the deeper part. The lighter green will show you the shallower part. But now we'll be able to have real-time data and analysis on a daily basis to see the compaction rate for our cell. Now, on the left-hand side, you kind of see that's cell 4. That's where we've been doing a lot of our training as we have now. Next here, you'll be able to see on the right-hand side, we dictate the compaction rate. We'll be able to control how much fill, how much compaction we're going to perform for that day, and he can target the specifics that we want for that week so we can extend the life of the cell. If you notice that common theme, we want to extend the life of the cell. These are large structures that we build on the ground that are worth a lot of money. Here you can kind of see what we see in 3D. We'll be able to see the topography, and the landfill supervisor can actually rotate this a full 360. He'll be able to see the entire cell. The topography, we know where to focus our efforts, where to put more trash, and get the maximum amount of effort and space out of the cell moving forward. Next, some of the GPS compaction, again, like I said, real-time monitoring, heavy equipment technology. We're going to improve our efficiency rate. Now we can make data-driven decisions for the future of the city of Roswell and for the solid waste department. And then also too, this will be a cost saving. Utilize this technology, we'll be able to shape 5B and get that prepped and ready. So when we need to line that, the earthwork that we're going to have to perform in 5B will be significantly less than what we did per 5A. Some of the topography, again, real-time productivity monitoring, modernize our work methods. So I really want to focus on that. In the past, what happened was they bring the garbage in, they kind of eyeball the compaction rate and put 6 inches of dirt on top of it. Next time, they'll put 5 feet of garbage, 6 feet of dirt. We didn't have no consistency at all throughout the department. So working with the GPS technology, our landfill supervisor that has a good background in heavy equipment, we're able to standardize that practice. We'll be able to provide consistent compaction and fill on a daily and weekly basis. Again, we're going to maximize the heavy equipment usage and extend the life of the cell. And so here, solid waste history post-1990. So another component of the solid waste department is optimizing the routes of the city of Roswell. So we digitize the routes of the entire city. So how does that going to help us out? So let me run through. The City of Roswell Solid Waste Department transitioned into automated collection circa 1992, since the solid waste drivers have relied on experience, memory to collect the garbage within the city. Fast forward 29 years, we are still relying on the driver's memory and working knowledge of the city's alleys, ways, and physical obstacles. As of May 2021, the solid waste team has digitized and memorialized all the City of Roswell residential and collection points for commercial. And I just want to point out this important aspect here. We got the memory of the drivers, their experiences, their institutional knowledge, and we digitized it. We wanted to do a three-phase approach here. GPS, every single trash can in the City of Roswell is now GPSed. We built a map within the software. We digitally run the routes with the driver's input, which is critical in developing these routes. We're testing, we're about 90% complete, but we're still running in the testing phase. Phase 2, which we'll probably get into beginning of next year, we're going to be training on the new system, installation of the tablets. The drivers are going to have tablets in the vehicles and make sure that they hit every single can. So when we get those phone calls, hey, you missed my garbage can, we'll be able to tell you within 15 to 20 minutes exactly when we'll be there, if we were already there, and we'll be able to document why we missed your can. Again, we're going to be doing beta testing at that area as well. Phase 3, probably to the fall of 2022, we're going to be developing a public interface. So that public interface is going to show, you'll be able to pull up your address, you'll be able to see, hey, has my trash can been serviced today or not? So you'll have a zone that you belong to, it'll go from green, or it will go from red to green, know that your area has already been serviced. And also we'll be able to utilize that to track the illegal dumping throughout the City of Roswell. And again, one of the directions that we got from the city manager was expandability. We did not want to build this in a silo by ourselves. This has expandability through the city in multiple departments. Some of the benefits of the GIS-based routes, again, we'll be able to pick up and track the pickup process and tracking. We're going to focus on efficiency. We're going to maximize our productivity. So some of the issues that we've had is that sometimes they run the alleys 2 or 3 times. Hey, I think I missed that alley. We're not doing that anymore. We're going to have more of a customer-centric approach, providing more informed responses and inquiries about your pickup concerns. A system to continuously audit, optimize the routes. We're going to create a database for future decisions of the department. Also, a more effective use of our resources, which is our equipment, our fueling, and our drivers as well, and our operators. Some of the hardware data we did, so when we built this system, we had to build it within the Geographic Information System, which is a GIS environment. It's kind of virtual. So we got all the street data, the travel time characteristics, and again, the GPS container locations is critical because we got to know where all the cans are at, then we got to figure out how we're going to get to them in the most efficient manner. And utilizing a mobile device through our GIS system, when we track these cans, we have about a 2-foot accuracy. So when we GPS marked it, we're within 2 feet of exactly where the container's at. And some of the model parameters that we asked SMA to help us out with was our drivers work 10-hour work days. So that's one of the parameters we put on there. We wanted to have some deliverables as well. When I have a holiday schedule, we'll be able to push out holiday schedules directly to the tablets, to the drivers in their trucks. And also we'll be able to develop weather schedules. So we're going to be monitoring all this stuff on a daily basis. Some of the parameters as well is the pickup times. 300 gallons takes us 15 seconds. A 96-gallon container takes us 9 seconds to process. So that's critical in developing this. So if you notice now, we're getting down to the granular position of picking up garbage. We want to get this service right. Here's some of our 300 gallons versus 96 gallons. When you have a 300-gallon container in the back of your alley, your portion of that container is 75 gallons. You share it with your neighbors. Sometimes some neighbors use 200 gallons, other ones use 5 gallons. So instead of struggling, you go back out there, throw your garbage, hey, my can's already full. So in some of the effort that we're doing moving forward, we want to kind of go towards a 96-gallon container for all the households in Roswell. So you'll be able to manage your waste stream a lot better, more efficiently. Also, currently, we have some of these numbers we come back from our data was there's 3,518 96-gallon containers in the city. There's 5,028 300-gallon containers within the city. Again, the 96-gallon containers, when we're driving on the streets, our efficiency and serviceability is a lot higher when we're driving on the streets versus 4x4ing in an alley or going through tight alleys that our trucks can barely get through. And again, we'll be able to curb some of that illegal dumping. Here's one of our early attempts to pick up garbage, but we actually got this from offline. But this is some of the challenges that our staff goes through. I'll let you show what we deal with twice a week. Just for the record, that's not me driving.
Isn't that Las Cruces?
I think it was Carlsbad.
Oh.
So here's some of the data that we're building now. We have this already built. Some of these tables. This right here, if you notice the green, these are 96-gallon containers. So this neighborhood here, we had difficulty navigating the alleys. There's physical obstructions in there. We're having trouble servicing these alleys. So myself, Jason Flores, which is in the audience, we go do an analysis. Let's take a look at the alley. Is it tight? Are we opening ourselves to liability? Can we go to 96-gallon containers? After we do that analysis, we go back, we canvass the neighborhood, we drop off flyers. Usually we give anywhere from a 2-week to a 45-day notice. Let them know, hey, we're going to remove those 300-gallon containers. We're going to introduce 96-gallon containers. This is how you utilize them. So we kind of helped them through that transition, and afterwards, Jason will kind of navigate that neighborhood for another month to 2 months to kind of make sure we transition appropriately as we go through these alleys. When we make those changes, we want to make sure we're there to help the neighborhood, the residents kind of work through it. Here, this is our commercial routes. This is something that we've also mapped as well. We haven't developed the routes just yet, but you'll be able to see the detail that we get it to. I think this is Monterey School. We'll be able to drill down all the way to this point. We'll be able to see the picture, the can, where it's at, what it is, and where it's at. So Debbie Rayer, which is in the audience as well, what she does is she's going to attach the account number, the address, the actual times we pick them up, and a point of contact as well. So we know exactly who is servicing where, make sure we're doing it accurately, doing it correctly for our customers. So we started running the routes. What we found out, we broke up the city into 8 different zones. The base, it's a city on its own. So that stands alone. But when we set up the parameters, we have a 10-hour workday. Within those 10 hours, we incorporated 2 15-minute breaks, a 30-minute lunch, and also an hour in case they broke down. And we still came up with 9 hours and 48 minutes, and we were able to distribute the workload evenly now. Every driver is going to be servicing between 561 to 583 cans. That's their target for that day. So that way we can finish within the allotted time that we have them available, that we can provide more accurate and better service for the city. Here again, this is the computer algorithm that kind of shows you how it tells us how to run the routes, what's the best and most efficient way. The one thing that I do have to say about this, it's critical that we have the driver's input. The drivers is what help us say, Abraham, you know what, this looks great, but guess what, that road isn't there. That fence isn't there. There's a tree there. So all these that were built, Jason Flores, Debbie Rayer spent hours with these drivers, talking to them, getting their input, capturing that institutional knowledge so we can utilize that in the future and we can memorialize this for the future of Roswell. If you notice, every can is actually numbered, so if they were to miss a can, the tablet would notify them, hey, you missed a can, go back. Or they'll be able to hit the tablet and say, hey, the can wasn't out, I wasn't able to service it. The tablet is removable, they'll be able to take a picture so we can document it. So when someone calls, hey, you didn't get my can, we have a picture showing, hey, we came by at this time, your can wasn't out. Here's the proof. Again, expandability. So what we want to do is we want to expand to illegal dumping. So we want to target that. That's an always moving target. It's extremely difficult to attack that culture and to target it. Phil Sanchez, which I don't think he's here today, he's working diligently. His entire bulk trash group is working hard at it. But going forward, we're going to be developing a phone app so we can have real-time data. When we see somebody illegal dumping, we can report it immediately. Multiple departments will be able to see that information quickly, and we can respond faster so we can curb that illegal dumping. This is going to be public participation as well. Anybody puts anything out there, it could always be anonymous. We won't know who put it out, but we'll be able to track it. Again, we'll be able to develop GPS mapping, some real-time reporting, and it'll be a more targeted approach. So when we develop these heat maps within ArcGIS, we'll be able to target our community outreach our marketing will be able to a specific neighborhood instead of the entire city. We'll be able to go to those neighborhoods, educate them, go with code enforcement and say, hey, look, we need your help to keep your neighborhood clean. And we can also work with outside private organizations to clean up those neighborhoods as well. So that is my presentation. I do, Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to recognize Jason Flores,
Go ahead and stand up.
Fernando Valdez, my landfill supervisor, and Debbie Rayer as well. These three individuals, along with the rest of our team, are working diligently since May to make this happen for us. So I just wanted to point that out to you, Mayor.
All right.
Mayor and Council, I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Councilor Roebuck. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope that when we will continue to have a discussion. I know that there's pros and cons to the 300-gallon cans, but that we sure to keep that discussion with the community and with staff involved. And the council involved as well. Certainly, data is important, but there's a lot of perspectives on that, and depending on what the most important value is. If your most important value is always just the quickest, fastest, and maybe yes, that's correct, but the community might have a value in having those 300-gallon cans in some places. So I hope that we don't just automatically eliminate those without a very good discussion about them. That being said, I put the bad first, Joe, and then I'm gonna put the good on the back. But this is super exciting for me. Not just, obviously, there's not a lot of glamour in trash, and there's certainly a lot of fun tech in this, but more important than that, I really appreciate the overall direction as the city moves to making decisions with a good amount of real, solid, usable data. And I hope that this leadership that comes from you and comes from Joe continues to expand into all of our departments, to we're gathering more data so that we can make really educated decisions. I love this. I love the modernization. I love that we're stepping up and we're not just being small town, but we're being professionals about what we're doing, and we're optimizing. And I really love this. I mean, very much it's a business mindset, a business approach to this. How are we maximizing, the money that, because how are we helping our customers? Because that's what you're really doing with optimizing the routes, with optimizing the landfills. You're helping the citizens of Roswell who pay for those things to maximize those dollars. And that is what we should be doing as government. I super, super, super appreciate your efforts, your team's efforts, all those folks that stood up. Joe, I appreciate your help with this as well, and your team as well. Thank you, and the highest kudos I can give you. You got them. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. I have Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Foster. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a great system. There's no doubt about it. But my question is, I believe that one of the reasons that we're going to the, 96 gallon?
96-gallon container, yes.
Okay. Is because of the problems that you're having with some of the alleys and being able to get in and out and what have you. So 96 gallons, from what I understand, would be in front of the house instead of in the back. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We'll be able to service them on the asphalt, pull up to the alley, service a can, and then after we service a can, the resident can go ahead and pull that can back towards our property.
Is there any consideration to have the 96 gallons in the alleys that are accessible with the trucks or?
There is some consideration, but based on the data that we're looking at, you open yourself up to either the can disappearing or somebody misusing your can, somebody dropping asbestos in your can, hazardous materials. The intent of having the 96 gallon in your front yard, close to your front door where you can service it, is to control what you put in there. So it kind of removes the element of people in the alley overfilling those dumpsters, disappearing with those canisters. That's kind of defeats the purpose. And also, us removing from an alley is because of the physical obstructions that we can't avoid. There is going to be alleys, to your point, Councilor Roebuck, there is going to be alleys where 300s are actually more effective.
Right.
And we'll be looking at that. But there are also there's alleys in neighborhoods where 96 gallons are more efficient for us, more quicker, and it reduces the liability that we're exposed to as well.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question, Council.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Foster, and that exhausts my list. Counselor, you have the floor.
Well, I won't reiterate how great the system is, but it is great. I agree with everything that Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Roebuck has said about, I love the fact that this is more business friendly and it allows us to project what we need. But when it goes back to the statement, and that's why I want our citizens to realize where we need to, we'll go with the 96, but the 300 are more efficient when we're dealing with, you just said it took 15 seconds to empty a 300 gallon one and 9 seconds to empty a 96 gallon one. Well, that 96 gallon one takes the place of 4, and 4 times 9 is 36 seconds. So we're more than doubling the time to empty 4 96 gallons compared to the 1 300. So the 300 is the most efficient, but there are places where we can't safely go with our trucks. So those places we look for the 96, but I don't foreseeing us getting rid of all our 300 because
I don't see that as well.
because they're more efficient when we're dealing with time wise. But I do appreciate all the work you've done, and your team has done an excellent job. Thank you much. Oh, your grappler operators are amazing artists. When you see them, they can turn a huge pile of brush into just nothing into that truck. So what really scares me is when I see those trucks totally full, how much stuff they really have on those trucks. But you have some really great artists working those grappler arms. Definitely not one that operated that truck from Carlsbad, but I tell you what, our grappler operators are doing a great job. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Councilor Foster.
Well, Mr. Chaparro, thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation like everyone else. Thank you. This is very interesting, very informative. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Neff.
Appreciate it.
All right. Okay, we now go on to item number 4. Counselor Perry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for clarification, because I just make sure I understand. We're going into public hearing. Are we wanting to hear from the public first, or are we wanting a motion?
I want a motion from you to have the public hearing and vote on ordinance 21-11
As presented.
as presented.
Okay.
And then we go to public.
Make sure I understood.
Yeah, and then we go on, and we have from Mr. Patterson, we'll get public input, and then we'll go where from there.
As we've done in the past, you don't need a motion to hold the public hearing because we've already had the council vote last time to advertise and hold a public hearing. However, if the presiding officer would prefer a motion at the outset,
Yes.
I make a motion that we hold the public hearing for proposed ordinance 21-11, amending section 217 of the Roswell City Code establishing ward boundaries.
All right, I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Best to have a public hearing and adoption of a proposed ordinance 21-11. Mr. Patterson.
thank you, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. So we have already seen this before. We had our first reading back in October. As I mentioned at that time, this is a ordinance which will amend section 2-17 of the city code. That is the section that establishes the boundaries of the 5 wards. The way that it works is it's got a little chart, as you know, that says Ward 1, and then it lists the precincts being the county level electoral districts. But that being said, what finally determines where the boundaries are is actually the map that goes along with that, and you'll see the language that it is in the ordinance says, it has the chart that describes all the precinct numbers, and then it says underneath that the final boundaries are actually on the map, which is held in the custody of the city clerk. So what I have done in this is I have done my best to describe those boundaries as tightly as I can in the chart because, there are precinct parts. And so you'll see some of the numbers are like 36.002. That refers to the precinct part. However, there are a couple places because of the weird way that our city boundaries are, where there's precinct parts that are also divided up. There's no way for me to designate that level of granularity. And so ultimately, what's going to matter is which map is adopted with it, and that becomes the official map held by the city clerk. So with that said, I'll remind everybody why we're here. We have to redistrict according to 1/3/13 in the same calendar year that we get the census results. The proposed ordinance that I have drafted and presented, because we had not adopted and have not yet adopted a final plan, simply restates the existing boundaries. That being said, the existing boundaries as they stand today will not pass muster under the current law because they are not equally proportioned in terms of the population within 5% of the mean, and they contain several unjustifiable precinct splits. And what I mean by that is that the statute says that you cannot split a precinct, meaning draw a ward line through the middle of a precinct, is what I mean by that, unless it's necessary to comply with federal law or preserve a community of interest. Basically, when the reference to federal law there is the Voting Rights Act, which provides that you cannot divide up your boundaries of your electoral districts in a way to prevent a protected class from being able to elect their candidate of choice. There's no magic number of majority districts or anything like that. It's a totality of the circumstances analysis there, so you have to look at the whole map and consider all of the wards and where they are. And I will also say that in places where the boundaries are split because our precinct is split because of the way that our actual city limits are split, we're just kind of stuck with those. And so some precincts are split, but that's not a product of us drawing a boundary line through it. That's actually because the legal standard for annexation is a lot looser than what it is for drawing electoral districts, which have to be compact and contiguous, whereas when you annex, you can do like what we've done is shoot a little string out and then grab a piece like we did with the base. Okay, so that creates, because of those different standards of how you can do things, there's a couple places where we're going to have to kind of work with the boundaries of the city limits and realize that some precincts will end up in different wards. So with that said, we would ask that you consider adopting this ordinance. However, first we would ask that you consider a proposal that has been brought forward by our demographer. I actually think we have two proposals that are here today, and I have proposed substitute ordinances which I've circulated, which reflect each of those should you choose either of those. If you do want to come up with something else altogether, I will have to then draw together a new ordinance based on that. However, I can do that if that is what you desire. I stand for any questions.
All right, at this point, I'm going to hold the public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing for an ordinance. As such, even if you did not sign up to speak on this matter, you may do so at this time. Is there anyone present in the audience wishing to speak on this matter of redistricting under Ordinance 2111? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Let the record reflect there was no one in the audience wishing to speak. Is there anyone online wishing to speak on this matter? Let the record reflect no one is wishing to speak on this matter. I have counselors who signed up. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And as I understand it, there's two before us, so I want to make a motion to push forward G, and so that we can move forward with this. So I make the motion to push G to come to a vote.
So I have a motion from Counselor Foster to, shall we say, substitute Plan G as in George for the what's in the packet.
Correct.
Okay. I have a motion by Counselor Foster and a second by.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
What?
If this is a hearing, shouldn't we tell the public what the maps are? So they can look at it?
I asked for input. No one wished to speak, and the maps
But-
were out ahead of time.
But you asked for input on the ordinance.
No,
You
yes.
didn't specify which maps are being considered.
No.
No, I didn't hear you say
No,
we're
I didn't. You're
considering
right.
G or H.
No, I didn't say that. You're right, I didn't say that.
So should the public know that those two maps are being
Okay.
considered?
The maps are out there. The public was made aware of this repeatedly, and we had 2 workshops on this, Counselor. I'm asking for any comment in any way, shape, or form. So I have a motion. Do I have a second? Oh, okay, I have a second by Counselor Best. A motion by Counselor Foster and a second by Counselor Best to substitute Plan G as in George. Any debate on that motion? Counselor Perry.
I guess I just need to understand, I was not able to be present physically at the workshop, but I was joining online, listening and watching the best I could, but because it was of the way that the workshop was handled, it was very difficult for a counselor to not be present and to be able to actively participate, nor to even understand really what's happening. And I'm not griping about that. There are times you're going to have meetings, and not all counselors are going to be able to attend. I did not know we were having a meeting, and I'd already scheduled to be in Arizona, so that's where I was at in a hotel room, trying my best to listen. So I have 2 maps before me that I'm being asked to consider. I'd like to hear from counselors who participated in making these things happen as to the justifications of where we've gone with this. So I would like to hear some of that. If there's some counselors who would help me with that.
Okay, hang on here.
Just for a point of clarity, the idea for me was that we need a motion for us to discuss something. And so I'm putting this forward. We can discuss both maps right now. And that's what, but we need a motion for us to be doing something. So I push forward G. I'm in favor of G. I think that there was more consensus that Monday night. But that's where the discussion should be, and that's why we had to have a motion. We had a motion for the ordinance, but we didn't have a motion for what map was going to go in it. And so right now, I'm putting G up there, and we can discuss it, and we can discuss H at the same time.
Okay. So you,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I'm asking is,
Okay.
it just sounded like it was crickets and nobody was saying anything, and I
All
just
right.
want to make sure before I'm requested to make any kind of vote whatsoever that I understand the process of thought from both maps G and H that's been presented to me.
okay. Here's what I've got. We've got before us a motion to substitute Plan G. I have wishing to speak, Perry, are you finished at this point?
I'm requesting education.
All right. So you yield. I have Stubbs, Foster, Moore, and Oropesa in that order. So we have before us a proposed map G or Plan G. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to have some more discussion before we have a specific map out there. The idea that there was consensus Monday night is so untrue for many of us who didn't get an opportunity to express our wishes. And so I'm very concerned about the thought that there was a consensus, because I'm sure that there wasn't. So in lieu of that, though, I think the motion that's on the table right now is ample enough, which gives us the opportunity to discuss merits of either one or the other until we reach more of an understanding, and then amend the motion to either put in a specific map, G or H, or something alternative. I think it's premature, so I would prefer just to hold the hearing and discuss each one.
Okay. Counselor, so did you want to talk about either one?
I want to hear discussion.
Okay. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
And I take exception to the fact that there wasn't, I heard no argument on Monday night. And that's one of those things, if you're here and you're present, nobody was blocking anybody from talking. So if, actually, very true, because I was there and I didn't hear anybody stop you from talking. And that's where I have that point where I felt generally good about G when we left. When you look at H, if I wanted it from a personal perspective, H probably helps my ward and changes my local point of interest a little more because it expands my neighborhood into my ward. But when you look at the whole city-wide, I don't see how we can have the very west side of town and the very east side of town all in the same ward. And that's community of interest, but we can't keep it more compact. And that's where I think we've diluted Ward 3, and I don't see that is a good alternative. I did see many of the counselors talking about G on Monday night, and we seemed to have a very good understanding. It was a good and legal block or making the criteria that we need to hit by statute, and for me, it makes the most sense. Thank you. I yield.
All right, I have Counselor Moore, Counselor Oropesa, and Counselor Best. Counselor Moore, you have the floor. Here we go.
As I alluded to earlier, I'm like confused because when I left on Monday, it wasn't G we were talking about. We were talking about F. Let me finish. We were talking about F, and what I was told when I left and when the meeting was supposedly over, that it was F was on the screen. There was going to be a few. Councilor Oropesa was doing some tweaking to some numbers, so that's why we waited around the extra 15, 20. They were tweaking numbers. Mr. Adair was up there clicking the things. We saw the numbers, and what I was told when I was leaving there was that what was on the screen, which would have been F, there was no G and there was no H. Now it's JKLMNOP. Can we just get on with what needs to be done? If I get another map, I'm going to scream. The more maps is not making it any clearer. Y'all are diluting y'all are just keep putting we're in a conundrum with all this nonsense. And so we were talking about F. We were talking about F when we left. So now we got G and H. So I still don't know where G came from. If I was at the meeting, and I don't know where H came from. I don't know which one is H the amended F that we were talking about when we left, and where did the new one come from? We didn't discuss another one. So we were in a consensus that we were almost to a consensus is what I came to when I left. Is there was a few things that needed to be tweaked, and they would work that out with Mr. Adair and and Councilor Pesa. Those are the ones that were trying to tweak some numbers. The mayor said it was okay to leave. We were done. So I thought we were done. We was almost and that's the one that was supposed to come that we were going to vote on today. Then I get an email, there's another one. So, I promise I'm smart. I promise I'm not a dummy. I promise. But this it's just an overload of nonsense. And I don't know if somebody has an agenda. I don't know if there's something going on that they keep changing and what they said we were going to work on. But every time in the past week, every time I look up, there's a new map. The poor dear man, poor thing. I'm not saying poor thing because he got paid a lot of money. But anyway, but for the fact that this is just too much, where did the new one come from that was not discussed in the meeting on Monday that most of us had an input. I thought we were doing okay. There was no argument. We were going table for table. Now, was it a little confusing if you were on the phone? I'm sure it was a little more confusing. But we were going together. A couple of us sat here and said, what about this and this? What about this and this? And so I said, okay, this is going to work. This is fine. We started with F. Now we're not even going to look at the other ones. Let's fix F, so that it can be what we need it to be. And so we weren't looking at, so we didn't have to look at 5 maps. And so I thought that's where we were. And then and now there's another map.
Mr. Nebb, you want to deal with that?
Sir, Mr. Mayor, Counselor, Plan G is the amended F from Monday night. Plan G is the amended map from Monday night. Counselor Oropesa continued to work over the next couple days on Plan H.
It wasn't named H at that.
Rather than to continue to say Plan F amended once, amended twice, or corrected once or corrected twice, we chose to use the different vernacular for each map in order to try to keep it simpler. So the maps that we ended up taking A through E, and we put them aside. We built off of Plan F that evening on Monday night, and that's what created Plan G. That was the map that came out of that meeting by the end of the meeting on Monday night. Plan H was a continued adjustment from Councilor Oropesa that adjusted it even a little bit farther than what it is. So Plan H was the one that, when we informed everybody, had some contiguity issues, and we corrected those contiguity issues today. And so both maps are now meet all expectations of the legal criteria to be a redistricting map. I hope that helps a little bit more. We tried to keep it simpler rather than to say Plan F amended once, Plan F amended twice, Plan F amended corrected. We thought the vernacular would help just by giving it a different number or a letter.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Councilor Oropesa, Councilor, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you, oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, Councilor, you have the floor.
It's okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so G are the one that we were on the screen, but it's not the one that I saw, and that's not the one we talked. I don't see some of the changes that we made in G, but I see those changes in H. So that's why I was confused, because it didn't look like the one that we had semi-agreed on when I left. And that's why I'm saying maybe they were still working on some things after the meeting had ended.
My understanding is G is the one that came out of Monday night. There had been no changes that happened to G from Monday night until even tonight. We stopped and we looked at a couple other points on that, and I think that we clarified what those issues were. Nothing was changed on G. So that is the amended map that was at the end of that evening. So I'm not sure what the differences are that you'd seen up on the screen.
There are a few different, because there were some wards that were in mine on Monday that I knew were there, and they're not. They're not there now. So I know that there were some changes, because I would have not agreed to have that ward. I would not have been okay. I would have fought for that particular area, particular precinct. So I know that it had been changed. Y'all can say it hasn't, but I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I know why I would have not, that G was not the one that I had any input on. I mean, I had that input on for 2 particular wards in particular, and they've both been changed since.
I know Plan G was the one that was sent to us after all the work was done.
Yeah, after some of us had left, because it's not what it was when a few of us had left the building.
We didn't receive it until later.
So I'm just saying, some changes were made after us that were working on it were gone, as long as everybody knows that.
I have Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Best. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, to start off with, I think we're out of order anyway, because you have 2 motions on the floor, and you should be disposing of the first motion before you take the second one.
I have a
But
motion.
nevertheless,
What's the second motion?
the motion that Counselor Foster made?
That's a motion to substitute, a motion to amend. You can amend the original motion.
Well, that's not the way it was made. There was a regular motion that was made.
To have a public hearing and take action. Then Counselor Foster made the motion to substitute Plan G. That is a legitimate and appropriate manner. That is the ruling of the chair. If you wish,
Okay.
the body may overrule the chair, but that is the ruling of the chair, that this is a legitimate motion to amend/substitute.
Okay. Well, let me talk about Plan H. Again, when I left, I wasn't sure what the map looked like, the one that we're considering G. And so this afternoon, when I was called by Joe to go meet with Mr. Adair, who was present at the meeting along with Parker and Mike and Juan Fuentes and myself and Mr. Adair, I walked away with the impression that Mr. Adair was in agreement that Plan H was the better plan. And you could, either person that was there can correct me if I'm wrong. But he had some issues with amended F plan, and that included Precinct 41, which was butting up against Ward 1. And then he had an issue with Precinct 41 that was butting up against Ward 3. So in order to correct that situation, they were the ones that went in and made the changes before I even got there. And so they decided, in order to correct it, they decided to send Ward 9, Precinct 9, back to Ward 2. And it was decided that the little section right there by the zoo and the trailer park, the Thunderbird trailer park, that could go into Ward 1. And then that little section right there on the railroad, it was decided that that would go into 3. And that was in order to make the numbers work. And so they worked, and it changed the demographics a little bit, but not a lot. And so I was surprised to see that there was Plan G still on the table, because one of the things that Plan G does is still doesn't have Precinct 36 congruent, or whatever that word was, contiguous, as opposed to Plan H. Plan H, we were able to connect 36 with 4 all the way around. And if you notice on Plan G, 36 stays in, or part of 36 remains in 3, and part of 36 is in 4, which is not connecting. And so my understanding, when we were discussing the, I'll just call the connectivity, because I can't remember that word. My understanding was that it was preferable that all wards be connected instead of being split. And so if that is the case, then Plan H certainly complies with that requirement, and Plan G does not. And then when you look at the numbers, when you compare the numbers from Plan G to Plan H, Plan G has 64.49% Hispanic. Plan H has 66.06% Hispanic. On Plan G, Ward 2 ends up with 42.5% Hispanic. And Plan H ends up with 39. No, that's a voting one. No, it is 39.97. And then you go to Ward 3 on Plan G. You have 47.3% Hispanic. And Ward 3 on Plan H has 49.88% Hispanic. And then going on to Ward 5, you have, on Plan G, you have Hispanic 77.81%, and on Plan H, we end up with 75.63%, and I believe a counselor made a reference to that percentage the other night, that he wasn't happy because it was too high, or at least that's what I understood anyway. And so, and also as I understand that when you do redistricting, you try to have at least two minority-majority districts. And when you look at Plan G, well, before I say that, let me say, we had Mr. Frank Sanchez here Monday. And if you remember, Mr. Sanchez has been around for a long time doing this kind of work. And if you recall, he said that he had been involved in 8 challenges, and he had prevailed in all 8 challenges throughout his career. And he defined minority-majority of being at least 65, anywhere from 65 to 70%. And so if that is true, Plan G does not meet that criteria either, because it's at 64.49. And so I believe that Plan H, and not because I worked on it, because I wasn't the only one that worked on it, but I believe that Plan H evens out the population even more evenly than G does, and that you end up with at least 2 majority-minority or minority-majority districts. And also the fact that we have Precinct 36 that is connected to precinct 36 by Ward 5. And so when you look at G, you don't have that, 36 does not connect directly to 4. It's a split precinct. And so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have Councilors Foster and Councilor Roebuck, and I exhaust my list. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Well, one of the questions I would like to ask Ms. Moore is which precinct was moved? Because that one, when we left Monday, G was the what I was aware of, and I don't know of any precinct that was moved out of 5. 85 was not in 85 was added in H. It was not added, it was not in the original one of G. And it wasn't in F, I don't believe. No.
That's right. Let's don't go back and forth here.
Okay. Well, the reason why, because because when you add 85 to Ward 5, it does bring the actual minority numbers down, and the change in F did not have that major change. And on G, the majority minority percentage on Ward 1 is 67.49. I keep being told that Hispanic is minority. Well, the other minorities count too, and you have to add the other minorities in that. And 67.49% is above the 65%. So Ward Plan G does have majority, minority, has at least 2. I understand G does separate 36. And we were told that it was okay because of community of interest. But it's funny how it's not okay for 36, as we're being explained now, but it's okay for 41 to be split up in Plan H. 41 is split into 3 wards. So how is it okay for 36, or not okay for 36 to be split into 2 wards, but 41 to be split into 3 wards? Doesn't make sense to me. It's also, when you start talking about communities of interest and you're talking about the east side all the way to the west side is the same community. I mean, I say all of Roswell is one community, but when you're trying to delineate and block these wards into certain areas, and we've spread them out further when we pulled into H. And so G does meet all the requirements. H does too, but like I said, it doesn't, if we're going to say we can't accept G because of 36 being split, we can't accept H because of 41 being split in 3 different ways. That's my problem with H. I yield.
All right, I have Councilors Roebuck and Councilor Best. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, just one question. Council, these are both, as far as you're concerned, legal options. Is that correct?
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Patterson, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. The other question was, there was no official recommendation from our consultant. Is that correct?
No, there was no
Yes, so I am
official
correct. There was no
recommendation.
official, okay.
Both maps are accurate.
Okay, so I think those are 2 important points. And I told the mayor I wasn't going to speak on this, but he was right. He said, "Oh no, you will." And I want to, and if I may be a little bold and speak for my generation, we're going to vote for the best candidate. We don't care if they're Hispanic or white or black or Asian and we don't care. We're going to vote for who we think is the best candidate to serve on this council. We don't care. We just don't care. As someone, I was raised. My father is a Mexican citizen. I was raised in Mexico. I lived in California. lived in a lot of places with a lot of diversity. You know, at the end of the day, we just want to get the best people in office. And so, to me, you know, as long as we're in compliance with the law, either of these are fine. I yield.
All right, I have Counselor Best, and that exhausts my list.
Okay, I wasn't going to talk either, but Plan G is what we all worked on together. On Monday night, we had what we called a workshop, which means we all worked together. The man that is attached to the program came with the program. I had to apologize to him for my getting onto him. Other than the maps, we should have better maps. But his program's pretty dang cool. Because as we sat there and we breathed over his shoulder and he put up with that, when he put a number in wrong, there was a warning that flashed out of that program, which makes perfect sense. So when we left on Monday, G was almost the consensus from what I understood. As everybody walked out, the only thing that people were upset about is that they closed one meeting, opened another, and no one was here for the other one, so forth and so on. Mr. Parker, why do we even have wards in this town? Can you tell me that? When we work, when we say, all 10 of us say, most of us say we work for the city. Why do we have wards? Do we even have to have wards?
Yes, once you get above a certain population size, it's required by law that you have districts and that those people are elected from the districts.
Okay, so that's just to make sure each ward or the town is evenly spaced and all of that jazz, even though we're supposed to all work for the town.
Yes, and it gets back to the Voting Rights Act is a big part of that because, again, the concept here is that when you have at-large voting, then racial minorities are not going to be able to have their voice heard because they will not be able to select candidates. They'll never be able to select the candidate that they want, and they'll never get elected. And so by dividing them up into wards, you give an opportunity for those groups to have their voice heard and be able to choose their candidate and have them actually elected.
Okay, so that's history, and we should all know that because we learned it in school. So that helps some of the public out there that's sitting there going, why are you spending hours and hours on this map? Why are you arguing over it? When we did leave Monday, from what I understood, the counselors that were here, there was a few that were not happy. I feel the one that was not happy took it home, figured it, brought it back, and it was played with, let's see, today's Thursday, is played with Tuesday and Wednesday. We had to go back to the man that we're paying $26,000 to over the phone. He had to plug in more numbers. We had to come up with H. I am like Counselor Moore. When I came back and I read the emails and I'm like, oh my gosh, another one. It was planned, we left, it was good, everybody was happy, and then another one popped up. So maybe we need another workshop. Maybe we need another workshop to make sure all the counselors are there to agree on all the numbers and move one map up. I'm done.
I have Counselor Stubbs and Counselor Moore, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if everyone finds this as disturbing as I do, but I'm pretty upset about this, so please forgive me. I'm one that I didn't feel there was consensus because I didn't get a chance to talk to everyone, nor to actually get a good idea of what was actually being presented, and then all of a sudden we were all told to leave, and so that was the end of the workshop. So I certainly wouldn't mind continuing one. But again, when I look at these two maps, and again, I didn't get the impression that G was complete when we left. Maybe it was. But a few comments that I have. When I compared G and H going from north to south, I think H presents the difference between 2 and 3 much better. Instead of carving out pieces, it's a straight line east and west, which I really like, and I think I'm talking about precincts 17 and 18. I think that just really looks best. when Counselor Foster's talking about Ward 3 going from east to west, from the original map, it went almost as, or I don't want to say original map, from the map that we're working under now that was approved 10 years ago, Precinct 6, the east side of the railroad was not in 3, but the west side was, which is the majority of the population. So if that needed to be tweaked, I don't think that makes a whole lot of difference in what we've been living with. I firmly believe, now that I think about it and have been explained, why Precinct 4 has to be split, 41, 41. Thank you all. Why 41 needed to be split, I think anybody would understand that situation. So I think that one has to be done. Whether or not 36 had to, I think that Plan H shows that it did not have to. So I don't see any similarity in the two thoughts of 41 and 36, since we can see that 36 is doable, and it is in Ward 4. I can see a few other changes, but after working on this and past years, I know how difficult it is to move one precinct, and then you have to move 3 or 4 others to get the numbers straight. And it's confusing, it's tedious, to me it's fun, but nonetheless, it's not an easy task to do. So I appreciate Senator Adair staying with us through this whole situation. I am concerned about the fact that there was consensus built on Monday. I don't believe there was. I don't believe we had the opportunity to come together and build a consensus. It was individual thoughts, and so I have to disagree completely with the word consensus, because it was not evident, to me at least, that we were building a consensus. We were just going to the map and having changes made, and time ran out, is my impression of what happened. So I think it was mentioned that maybe we continue a workshop and this discussion on Monday, which at this point I think I would be in favor of, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I have Councilor Moore and Councilor Perry, and that exhausts my list. Councilor Moore, you have the floor.
I'm kind of like with Councilor Stubb about there was really no consensus, and I heard the word to say that we were told the meeting was over. So if G was finished, it was finished after some of us left. That's all I have to say about that. If it was finished, it was done when some other people were leaving, because I know 3 or 4 of us walked out at the same time, and they were still playing with numbers. Senator Adair was still playing with numbers. So Councilor Orpesa was playing with numbers. So we left. And so I struggle with that G was a consensus for the night, because there was really no conversation, no final, this is what we are done, everybody happy, and let's move on. There was none of that. So you can't really use the word consensus. That's probably not a good word. Had we all had a little input, sure. But if we're going to continue to nitpick over these 2 little things, maybe we do need to put off and do it one more time till Monday. But I am just, like I said, I really would prefer to get over, but I'm okay with if we need to if we have to duke it out and get finished and get it right, let's duke it out, get finished, and get it right. And I don't know, like I said, and I'm going to say it one more time, I think there's some underlying issues that somebody, maybe if they could explain to me what those underlying issues are, I'm not okay about losing my precinct, still that precinct change, but if someone can explain to me why it was the best for that, situation or whatever, I would be okay with that. So I'm okay, like I'm with the other ones. If they want to move it, if they want to move on or do this one more time, and that was, I don't agree with Councilor Best all the time, but she did say maybe we need to, do this together and talk about it and be over with, but I don't know. I think we have do we have a deadline? Don't we have a deadline?
Yes.
think we have some, I thought there's a deadline somewhere we got coming up pretty quick. So whichever it's gonna be, it needs to be done, pretty fast. If we're gonna have to wait, then if we're gonna have to postpone, we need to do it pretty quickly. I'm done.
Counselor Perry, that exhausts my list. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've sat back and I've listened to try to better understand. I feel like we're fractured, and I'm trying to understand from each side as to the concerns. I have constituents that are watching, evidently, on live streaming, that are asking, you know, where's the Plan G, where's the Plan H, where can we see this? And I'm telling them, you know, you can see it on the website and different things, but they did not know. They did not see this stuff. It's because of this has happened quite quickly, and we blame ourselves for that. No, I'm not going to, you know, this is a difficult thing. We can blame everyone. We can blame that we didn't get the information in time. There's several things to get frustrated with, but this is where we are. I just have still some major questions, and I could waste everyone's time asking these questions. But I think that it's better served if we've got so much to cover this evening, is to have a workshop on Monday. I know it's holiday week. I recognize that. It's holiday week for me as it is for anyone else. This is not about me. This is about what's in the best. This isn't about what's in my best interest as a counselor. It's in what is in the best interest of the community at large. And so, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm going to make a motion that we postpone this to a meeting at your desired time on Monday for workshop and a vote official meeting on Monday.
Sir, we cannot take a vote at a workshop.
I just said that I make a motion that we have a workshop at your choosing and a meeting, if I need to say it better, to follow, to have voting, to be able to finalize this, just like what was going to happen this last Monday, where there was going to be a workshop, and I understood there was going to be a workshop, and then there was going to be a vote on what map we were going to do. And then I sat online for 20 minutes at complete silence, because I didn't know that their meeting was even done. And I don't think the public did. So I think that's what I'm making a motion on at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I would just recommend just doing a special session and make it a voting meeting and talk about this in as much detail as you want, rather than set a workshop and a voting meeting. Just
Then
make it a voting meeting, and then that answers that question.
Then, Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to change my motion to have a special meeting on Monday at the time as described by you.
All right, I have a motion to postpone action to a date and time of
To
the...
Monday at the time of your discretion.
Okay, to Monday, the 22nd, at a time to be proposed by me. Is there a second to that? I have a second by Counselor Best. We're now on a motion to postpone. Is there debate or discussion on the motion to postpone?
Mr. Mayor, if I could still have the floor just to say,
Okay.
part of my rationale for that is I feel very uncomfortable making this decision, and I am not blaming our demographer. He is a very busy man. He's representing multiple communities. He could not be here tonight, but I feel very uncomfortable making a final decision without a demographer here in the room to be able to help me understand these things. Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, can I?
On the motion to postpone, I have Counselor Foster.
My only problem with the motion is the specific day of Monday, because if Monday doesn't fit for Mr. Adair, or if Monday doesn't fit for some of the counselors, I would just propose that we leave the day open and just to where the design of it would be. The problem is we have to post within 72 hours, but I would just leave it. I would leave Monday off of it.
Wait. Let's don't let this break down. All right. Let me ask the city clerk. For a Monday meeting, when would we have to post the agenda?
Tomorrow.
At what time?
Depends on what time you're going to have the meeting.
Okay. So we could still do it on Monday. All right. Just wanted that clarification.
But do you know if Counselor Lopez, if Counselor Roebuck, do you know if all the counselors can be there? That's where I'm just saying, why are we specifying Monday? I mean, it could be Monday, but I'm just saying, let you figure that out tomorrow and let us know instead of saying Monday and it ends up having to be Tuesday or Wednesday.
Counselor, may I just interject and suggest that it would be good to specify when we're going to hold it, because, you know, we're considering an ordinance, and so we had to tell the public about we're intending to adopt this ordinance, and we've given them 2 weeks' notice per statute, and so anybody that's interested in this should have notice if they came here today or are listening online as to when we are going to take a final decision on this.
Okay, but I know that our mayor's crystal ball doesn't work just like Joe's crystal ball doesn't work. And knowing that if we say Monday, yes, what if the fact that we can only have 6 counselors or 3 counselors that can be there? I mean, when we make a motion like that, we tie ourselves into a corner, and if it can't work, then what do we do? I yield.
All right. On the motion to postpone, Councilor Orpesa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I also say Monday seems to be a little bit too early. My preference would be either Wednesday or Thursday to give everybody an opportunity.
Thursday's Thanksgiving.
Well, that's all right. We'll do it on Thanksgiving. Or even Friday. I mean,
Friday is a city holiday.
Well, how about Wednesday? I mean, it gives us a little bit more time to make our schedules work rather than Monday.
Councilors, we have staff to be considerate of. If that's the choice of the governing body to meet on Wednesday or Thanksgiving or Friday, the governing body can vote that way. I mean, the council can vote that way, but I do implore all of you to respect the workload of our staff.
Mr. Mayor, okay.
Please.
Why don't you just, if we can push it to Tuesday?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
All right, that's a suggestion. We're starting to break down here a little bit, and I'm concerned. All right, Councilor Perry.
I would just make the suggestion because I'm assuming that Joe is trying to get a hold of Senator Adair to find out his schedule. May I just make the suggestion that we table this until later on in the meeting? I'm sure there's going to be a time of break to where you can get this figured out, and we can move on with our schedule. And then we can determine, I will commit to making myself available at the disposal of this council. But I understand we also need to be able to get a demographer in the room. So I would just say let's just table this, move on with our agenda, and come back to this later tonight.
Hang on. Mr. Nebb, do you have anything?
The only information I have right now on Senator Adair is that he is not available on Tuesday. He would be available on Monday. I am checking on Wednesday, and otherwise we have to go to the following week on the Monday, and then Tuesday is the last day of the month.
We have the motion to postpone till Monday. We have a motion before us. Let's stay with that. You want to withdraw your motion to table?
I didn't make a motion. I made a suggestion.
Okay, so we still have a motion to postpone to Monday before us. Any more discussion on that motion to postpone? Okay. Councilor Moore.
The question is moving it, you said till to the next Monday. I thought we had a timeline. That's why I was saying I thought we had to get it this week Am I wrong for thinking that, Mr.?
The intent is to get the redistricting done before the Secretary of State does the proclamation that we have an election, which is December 1st or 2nd. December 1st. So we need to be done with our redistricting this month. And so the sooner the better. And so if it is possible for everybody to utilize Monday of next week, we can have it done before Thanksgiving, and that'll give plenty of time for everybody to be aware of what the districts are.
And correct me if I'm wrong, ordinances do not take effect until 5 days after the vote.
Yes. 5 days after they're published is the rule.
Okay. Any more on the motion to postpone? Councilor Payson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to offer an amendment to postpone, not to this coming Monday, but the following Monday.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilor, we're allowed 2 motions, 2 amendments. We had the motion to amend, we now have the motion to postpone.
Well, you can't stack amendments to the main motion past 2, but this is not a separate motion to amend the motion to postpone, as opposed to a motion to amend
Okay.
the main motion. So
If we want to, okay.
you're
so
not
now-
technically stacking them there.
All right, so you want to postpone to the 29th?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do I have a second?
29th is Monday.
Yep. Do we have a second? So I have a second by Counselor Stubbs, a motion and a second. The question, Counselor Best, is what?
My question is, you said we had to have 5 days after we made the vote, correct? So if you're going to have it on Monday, the 29th, that doesn't give you 5 days to where the Secretary of the State, it's not legal when she does her thing.
The ordinance would not have taken effect as of the 1st
Correct.
if it was adopted and on the 29th and presumably published on the 30th,
And when is she doing her thing?
December 1st.
Point in case.
All right, we have a motion to amend the postponement to the 29th. On that matter, any further debate or discussion? Counselor Orpesa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just need to get a clarification, because the contract that was signed with Mr. Adair, or New Mexico Demographics Research, stated that we had up to December the 9th. Is that not true?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, that is true to the contract. The challenge we have is that the Secretary of State has selected December 1st for doing the proclamation for the election. So the conflict we have is with the state of New Mexico as opposed to our contract with our demographer. We could stay with the contract, but then we're going to not be able to meet the Secretary of State's proclamation.
So how is that going to have an effect on us?
I'll let you answer that one.
The purpose, as I said earlier, and I've said a couple times, what the statute says, we have to redistrict in the same calendar year. However, for purposes of redistricting in advance of the coming election, by getting our redistricting done before the proclamation, it provides fair notice to potential candidates of what ward they're going to be in when they decide whether or not to run.
But would the individuals that are interested in running be advised by the meeting that the decision that's being made by the council? So whether it is published by the Secretary of State or not, they still have the ability to be able to run. Is that correct?
Yeah, to your point, yes, if the council were to adopt the ordinance on the 29th and publish it on the 30th, the public would be aware of what wards they were going to be in when it came into effect when the proclamation came out. They would have notice as to what ward they were going to be in, because it would not have taken effect yet, but it would have been adopted.
So, but my point being is, nobody would be left out or denied the opportunity to run or to file on January the 4th.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have Councilor Kennard has requested to speak on this matter. Councilor Kennard, you have the floor. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm slightly frustrated. I obviously, with a newborn, have not been able to make the first two workshops. But I guess one of the things that I didn't mention the other night at our previous workshop number 2 is that this is the first time I've been through this process of redistricting as a novice to the council. I feel like those that have been around for, been on the council for some time or been around for redistricting should have expressed their concerns regarding what they were expecting to see from the demographer as far as the numbers in the population, or other expectations that they had for what kind of maps they expected, should have been communicated knowing that we were coming up on this date. So I'm a little bit frustrated with that. I honestly didn't know what to expect. I maybe should have asked more questions, or perhaps emailed issues myself, or expectations that I had. However, I don't understand what a third workshop is going to solve that didn't get solved in workshop 1 or workshop 2, or even a special city or a special council meeting. I would prefer that we either vote on what's been presented, or, I mean, I just don't see how we're all going to get to come together and come to some kumbaya moment when we haven't been able to accomplish that to this point. So I yield. Thank you.
All right. I don't have anyone else wishing to speak on the motion to amend the postponement. We're going to do roll call votes here to make this clear and simple. So I'm going to call for a roll call vote. Councilor Kennard and Lopez need to be ready to respond. A roll call vote. The first issue is whether we amend the motion to postpone to the 29th of November at a time to be specified by the mayor. A yes or aye approves amending the motion to postpone. I'll understand, this is an amendment to the motion to postpone. It is not the final action on the motion to postpone. Do you concur with that, Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Okay. So, on the motion to amend, a yes or aye approves amending it and moving the date to the 29th. A no or nay rejects that change. Ms. Call the roll.
Councilor Lopez?
Nay.
Councilor Foster?
Nay.
Councilor Perry?
Yes.
Councilor Stubbs?
Yes.
Councilor Oropesa?
Yes.
Councilor Best?
No.
Councilor Kennard?
No.
Councilor Roebuck? No. Councilor Moore?
Yes.
5 no, 4 yes. Fails.
We're back on the motion to postpone to Monday, the 22nd. Any further discussion? At this point, I will call for a roll call vote. A yes or aye postpones further action on proposed ordinance 2111 until Monday, the 22nd of November, at a time to be specified by the mayor. A no or nay rejects the postponement, and we continue acting on ordinance 2111 at this time. Once again, a yes or aye postpones further action on this ordinance to Monday, the 22nd. A no keeps us acting on it at this point. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Lopez?
Nay.
Counselor Foster?
Nay.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
No.
Counselor Roebuck?
No.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
5 no, 4 yes.
We are back on ordinance 2111. And the amendment to 2111 to substitute Plan G as in George for the version published in the agenda. Sorry, counselors, starting to slip here a little bit. Any further debate on this amendment? Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had questions that I would have reserved for the next day or the next meeting, but since we're going to talk about it now, I need to get my maps out here. One of the things that has come into question that I need to better understand is it's been said that, let me start out by just saying, I don't care where I represent, and I've represented a more diverse population in this city than anyone else on this council. I represent right now Ward 2, which goes to the very tip top, and I've represented the base. When I ran in Ward 4, I knocked every voter's door on the base twice, not twice, on the base. So I know those constituents. I answered the phone calls for those constituents that lived at the base. I answered those the phone call for those constituents that now, of course, the base is not in Ward 4 now, but at the time when I first ran, it was, that lived in the trailer courts over there, just over from Church on the Move. I've represented a very diverse population, and I'm willing to do that. However, I'm not naive enough to stand up here, to sit up here and to pretend like everyone is going to do that. I would like to think everyone would. I would like to think that anyone who lives in the ward that I live in would be able to represent the people in Councilor Oropesa's or in Councilor Moore's and Councilor Foster's or wherever they may be. But I'm not naive enough to recognize that I'm in a little bit of a different situation. With saying that, I'm struggling to understand, it's been said, and I apologize, I don't know by who, but the concerns of Precinct 6 going into 3, which it was in to start, if my maps are correct, it was in 3 before. And I have nothing against, I would gladly represent, if I need to move into Ward 1, if that's in the community's best interest, I'm willing to serve wherever I am placed. But I have concerns that anyone and everyone that would run in Ward 2 would have the ability to fairly represent the people who live in Precinct 6. I know many people who live in Precinct 6. I have very close friends in Precinct 6. I know folks who live in trailer courts in Precinct 6 that I've been in their homes. I've eaten at their table. I have, my kids have played with their children. At the same time, I recognize that as at large, the area of 6 is different than the vast majority of the rest of Ward 2. The concern has been brought up about the vastness of going east to west, but in all reality, the Precinct 6 I have very close friends in Precinct 23. I've ate at their table. I've visited their homes. And I'm not saying anything at all about the people or the quality of life. I want the quality of life to be the same with everyone, but to protect the communities of interest, I'm struggling to understand how that 23 and 9 are communities of interest, yet 20 and 6 are not. I'm concerned. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. So I'm struggling because this has nothing to do with me. It has nothing, as far as I'm concerned, with politics. The word politic, the word poly is Latin for many, and ticks are blood-sucking creatures. And I don't want anything to do with either one of them. I'm not here to do anything with politics. I want the communities to get fair and equal representation. I'm still confused because I'm not hearing anything so far that convinces me. So I'm still listening. I would like to better understand these things. My constituents that have called me, the ones that have called me personally, that live in the areas of 17, that live in 11, that live in, haven't had anyone, yes, I did have one call from 9, but these areas that are up in that area, the ones who have called, the ones who have listened, the ones who have tried to pay attention, they have asked to continue to be represented by Ward 2. But I'm not here to fight to keep them in Ward 2 if it better serves them to be represented by Ward 3. I'm okay with that. I'll be the first one to support that. But I need to be convinced of that. I don't have a demographer here to help me better understand what I'm looking at. I don't have anyone so far who has expressed to me how I'm better fit to represent the people of Ward. Well, I shouldn't say, leave me out of the question. I'm not always going to be elected by Ward 2. I'm not going to be here the next 10 years. And some of y'all out in the audience just said amen to that. Amen. But I'm not always going to be on the city council. And I would like to think that the next person that either defeats me or runs when I choose not to run is going to be able to. But I have a concern that's not going to be done. So I'm going to yield for a moment to see if there's any, because I need to understand. I need to understand this. Because I want what's best. In all reality, as we look at this map, and maybe I can be told wrong, but Ward 3 looks to be the most diverse map of the entire, of everything. The largest houses in our city that I know of are in Precinct 9. Then we come down here into Precinct 36 and 23. Good people in those areas. Wonderful people. I ran a bus route in that area, picked up children and brought to church for years. I know these people well, but they don't live in Ward 9. It's very diverse, and if that's what's necessary and that's going to be in the best interest, let's do that. But please show me that. Someone please help me to understand that is the best we can do. I yield.
All right, counselors, let's put this in perspective. There's 9 of us here. We've just seen the last 2 votes, very close. Neither one of those got 6. If we do not get 6 votes for the final ordinance, then we have we have not accomplished anything. What happens then is anyone's guess. Mr. Patterson and I have discussed this at length. My theory is this goes into the hands of the district court. And the district court draws the boundaries. I don't know that. Mr. Patterson does not concur with me. I did not go to law school, nor did I stay at a Holiday Inn Express. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call for a recess. We have it is 7:49. We will reconvene at 8 o'clock. But we have defeated both motions to postpone action. We are on this tonight. We can talk and make speeches till midnight, but we cannot move on to this agenda until we take an action on this matter. Now, we can defeat it if we do not get 6 votes. We're done, and we will see what will happen. But at this point, it is 7:49. We will be in recess till 8 o'clock.
So why is he throwing? He said that 85 did not move. Well, that's what I'm saying. I thought he was on the phone. Miss Sharon, is there on the phone?
Counselor Lopez, go ahead and talk.
What'd you say, Miss Sharon? Didn't you say when you left that y'all had agreed that this was gonna be the rest of the
That was my interpretation.
Is Mr. there on the phone? He's not in the GoToMeeting anywhere? I thought he was supposed to be. That's what they told me. Somebody from his staff there? All right, I think I missed.
Hey, Margaret, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I fixed it. I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, let's get back. Counselors, resume your seats, please. All right, counselors. Come on, counselors. Let's get our seats. It's 8:01. We're back in session. Let's just to summarize where we stand at this point. We have had two motions to postpone, essentially two motions to postpone. Both have failed to get a majority of the 9 members present. We now have before us the motion to substitute Plan G for the existing ordinance definitions as are in statute. If we vote on this, all that requires to substitute is a majority of those present and voting. However, to adopt requires 6. I'll be honest with you, counselors, I don't see us getting 6 votes tonight for anything. And we can continue this discussion and debate till midnight, and that would not be fair to the public, to the staff, or to the rest of the agenda we've got to act upon. My suggestion is we vote on the amendment. If it passes, we take action on the proposed ordinance. If it fails, we see where we go. But do we want to continue taking up everyone's time when we still have a total of 29 agenda items? So I'm going to erase my request to speak board and jump in at this point. Whatever you want, whoever wants to speak on this. Okay, I got Oropesa, Stubbs, and Roebuck. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, we've taken a lot of time on this one particular issue, and I know it's going to be a long night, so I'm calling for the question, please.
Okay. Calling the question. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not entirely familiar with it. Does that require a second, or do we just go to...
Does it require a second to call the question?
Yeah. No, it just requires 2/3 present
It requires
to call.
2/3, but I don't think it requires a second.
All right. So, on Councilor Pace's calling the question, a yes basically compels us to vote on the amendment as it stands now. A no continues debate. Requires 2/3, or in this case 6, to approve taking the vote. This is not the final vote. This is not approving the amendment. This is just saying we will vote on the amendment. The amendment to substitute G. That's the amendment before us, is to substitute G for the existing wording in the ordinance. All right, we will do a roll call vote. And be sure and activate your vote buttons when you respond on the roll call vote. Calling the question. A yes means we end debate and we vote on the motion to amend by substituting G for what's in the advertised version. And activate your vote box. So, Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Lopez?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
No.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck? No. Counselor Moore? 6-3.
We are now on voting on the proposed substitution of Plan G as the option for redistricting. This is not final acceptance of G. This just simply makes G the matter that we would act upon on the final vote. So this is not the final vote. This is a motion to amend to substitute G for what is in the packet that you had. A yes or aye makes the substitution. A no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Lopez?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
No.
Counselor Stubbs?
No.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? 5 yes, 4 no.
All right. We are now have an amended proposed ordinance 2111 before us. On the proposed ordinance 2111 as amended, I have Counselor Stubbs. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know everybody knows how I feel, but I have just one question of Mr. Nebb, if I could, please. Isn't it Plan H that Senator Adair brought to be presented today?
Plan H is the plan that Councilor Oropesa worked on.
Yes.
After, and then Senator Adair met with us in order to fix the contiguity. So Plan H is what we did is we fixed Plan H so that it would work.
Okay.
Because it had contiguity issues, and so we brought Mr.
Right.
Adair in order to fix those contiguity issues. So Plan G and H are both accurate maps that could be voted upon.
Okay. Thank you.
I hope that it's kind of roundabout a little bit, but
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay, I have Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel like I wanted to say briefly that a big challenge we had tonight was that we spent way too much time debating process and not enough time debating the substance, and that's why we spent so much time on this. Certainly, I feel that my fellow counselor asked some questions, and certainly we should hear some answers. I also, though, do feel like that this process has been known about for a long time, and it's our responsibility to research the information, understand what we're going to be looking at, and be ready to debate and move forward. We knew that this is on a tight deadline, so as far as to address some of the questions that were asked earlier, I would just state that we don't know who's going to run in these districts, and so we don't know how they're going to represent those people. But those people will have the opportunity to vote for them, and that's the whole point of it. If we take a precinct and we switch it to a different district, we don't necessarily like the numbers, it's possible that precinct has the right person who that district would really like to represent them. But we don't know that. This is all very highly theoretical. The Councilor Pesa made some, referenced some numbers from about the number of minorities, and while I disagree with his conclusions, they're valid points, and I think that those need to be expressed. And I think that we've just have too quickly in this meeting. People made motions to move this meeting. People made motions to amend the amend, and we did not get a chance to hash the details. And we need to do a better job as a council to slow down, give everybody a chance to speak, and let's talk about the details, and then maybe we can get somewhere. Because we have to hear each other, and we just weren't given that opportunity tonight. I yield.
All right. This is on final action on proposed ordinance 2111. I have Councilors Moore and Foster on my list. Councilor Moore. Microphone.
Sorry. My biggest issue with this is they keep saying that changes were made. And so if I was, I don't know. I'm just struggling. And I don't know how not to take this, a little personal, but if things are done and you think things are going to be one way, and if you're told that it's going to be one way, and then when you get there, they're different, of course there's going to be opposition. Of course you're going to feel slighted. Of course you're going to feel you weren't heard. If you made a choice and they said, okay, it's going to be this way, but then when you get there, it's not that way. That's why we're having such a battle. I feel like it's because we were told one thing, and when you get there, something else has changed. We had all agreed on one thing, and this changed, and then another one happens. And so I hate that it's taking so long. I don't know if we all got a chance to be heard. They say we have, but I just don't feel that people were able to, put their, say what they need to say without feeling, disregarded or whatever. And so that's my biggest issue with what's going on, is that, the postpone it would have worked, but like she said, we're not there, so we don't want to have to vote, and it is what it is at this point. I just want to do the best for the constituents, whether I'm here next time or not. I still just think that, again, we as a city need to. This just shows how we work as a council. There's just always a battle, and I just think that if we take the time again and listen to each other, that this could have been a much easier process if in the workshop, someone that wasn't at the workshop made a comment about how the workshop didn't work. But I think if we'd have handled those a little better, we would be in a different situation than you think one happened, and one person gets to change the whole situation. I'm not okay with that, and I don't know if that's the way the process has always worked, that anybody can just go in and change whatever they want to change after everybody went to sleep. I don't know if that's the way it goes, but I don't like that part of politics, if that's what they want to call it, as he called it, politics. So I yield.
I have Councilors Foster and Councilor Pesa. Once again, we are on final action on proposed ordinance 2111 as amended. Councilor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understand Councilor Moore's position. If this was personal, if I had a personal preference which would work best for me, I would pick H, because having 85 in my ward really works for me better, because I know those people. Those are my people. It's just one block from my house. So that's my neighborhood. But I'm not advocating H because there was lots of changes made, and I'm not sure exactly why some of them were made. I know when we had G and we placed it made 3 more compact. It placed 4 more compact. It just worked. And like I said, if this was personal, if I was doing it for my best preference, for me politically, I'd say 85, or I'd say H would be great, because 85, that precinct is my neighborhood. It's 1 or 2 blocks away from my house. I know those people. They go, I see them every day. But that's not what my job is. My job is to make what the best decisions for Roswell, and I look at G and I see it more compact. I don't see us splitting one precinct into 3 different wards. I see that it is just a better plan, and that's why I'm moving for that.
All right, I have Councilor Pesa and exhaust my list. Councilor Pesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess from the standpoint of the individuals who were at the meeting with Mr. Adair this morning, I need to see what your opinions were, or perhaps it may be even better to get Mr. Adair on the phone, and because I heard during the break for at least one counselor that said that he needed to hear it from Mr. Adair, that perhaps that would be the best thing to do, to call him and see if he would be in support of H. Because again, when I walked out of that meeting, it was my understanding that H is the one that we will be addressing tonight, and not G. So I guess just for my curiosity, did Mr. Adair recommend G to be placed on the agenda?
Well, I cannot speak for Mr. Adair. My recollection of the meeting was that at the conclusion, his statement was, this map is eligible, it's legally valid, and can be considered. That was my recollection of what his conclusion was.
Okay, because I mean, and that might have happened after I left, because I don't remember him saying that. But again, if a particular counselor that made that statement is satisfied with Mr. Adair perhaps not endorsing but verifying that he's the one that went in and made the changes this morning, and I was called to come in and look at it and verify whether those numbers or because it affected Ward 1 with that little triangle thing right there on the zoo and the trailer park. And he didn't seem to me that he was not in agreement with it. Am I correct or not?
What happened, as I understood it, was that the plan that you had proposed, the demographer had a problem because there was 2 point contiguity problems where, where they weren't overlapping on a border, they were just touching at a point. And so we asked Mr. Adair to come in and work on the map to take the map that you had proposed and solve the point contiguity problem by eliminating that in the map. And so that was what he was doing. And so when we brought you in, we had found a way to take the map and eliminate that point contiguity so that all of it was contiguous in his system. And so at the conclusion, he was able to say, the system does not kick back any errors with this map.
Okay. So let me go back to Plan F, original Plan F. If we remember, Plan F had 36 on Ward 3. correct? No, Plan F, not amended. Plan F, as it was presented at the workshop, precinct 36 was in 3. No, I'm asking the question to Mr. Parker.
All right, councilors, Councilor Orpez has the floor. He's asking Mr. Patterson a question.
Let me, I have the information from Plan F as it existed on Monday, and I don't have the map in front of me, I just have the chart that you had sent out. 36 was in, based on what you had provided on Monday, 36 was in 4. And
That was the amended.
This is the, what I'm looking at right now is the one, this is from 11:15 at 10:48 a.m. That's the version that I have as F that was considered at the meeting on Monday.
That was on, if I remember correctly, 36 was on 3. And let me tell you why I bring it up. Because on that particular workshop, a counselor said, he asked a question, is 36 contiguous? And the answer was no. And so by that, then it was ruled that this map was not in compliance.
Yes, 36 and 20, if now I'm just recalling it, I'm not looking at the data. 36 and 20 were not contiguous, they were in 4, and then there was...
No.
Yeah, 4, so 20 and 36 were over here, then 3 came down in between through 31 and 23, and that caused a lack of contiguity.
Okay, yeah, that is correct.
Right.
The one that was in obstructing the connectivity was 31.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that is correct.
Right.
So when it was presented, there was one counselor that objected because it didn't meet the criteria of connection.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I recall that, yes.
Okay, so now you got, where's that, the map? G. Well, I don't have map G here. Now you got map G that shows 36 in 3 and 36 in 4. And so now it's okay.
Well, I don't know what you mean by okay, but as I said in my introductory presentation, where you've got a split in the precinct that's not caused by us drawing a boundary through it, but rather because of the city limits, that's not, I don't think that creates a problem under the statute, because we're not splitting it with our boundary line. That's just the way that the city limits are, because the way that 36 goes around and the city sticks into it in 2 different places, so those are already not contiguous with each other because of the city limits.
But at the workshop on the 15th, it was ruled that it was out of compliance.
Ruled? I think, I recall at the time saying something to that effect, that there was a difference between where there was a lack of contiguity because of the boundary of the city versus us drawing a line through a ward, or through a ward line through a precinct.
And the objection was that it was not, it didn't connect. And so that's the reason after the meeting that we went back, I went to the house, And I started working and came up with a plan that would make it work to satisfy the individuals that were objecting to it. But now that we have Plan G, and you have the same situation, I mean, now it seems to be like it's legal, but it wasn't legal Monday. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I have Counselor Best. Counselors, we have a full agenda. It is 8:25. Counselor Best.
So when we left Monday, if I am correct, Rod said this will work,
Yes.
and we walked away. All the counselors thinking that our demographer had played with his little numbers in his little computer, and it was correct as we walked out. Somebody may have not been happy or whatever. Then we watch our email, and on our email, poof, H comes up. None of us know where H came from. Then we found out Mr. Orpesa went home and worked on his computer or whatever he has. I don't know if he has a demographer program or not, because that's why we hired this man to do this. And then, if I understand right, because the demographer was not around, he was called in to the office. When he came to the office, a call was made to Counselor Orpesa to come in and make him happy. But yet you have 9 other counselors that are not content. Now, I can't say me. I was content when I walked out with G. So now we come back to City Council, most of us thinking we have one map to vote on. We come back in and there's 2 maps sitting here. So this is where my problem is. When we left Monday, there was 1 map. When we came back today, there's 2 maps, because there was 1 counselor that was not content. And I have a problem with that. So, thank you.
All right. Well, we're not. Well, we're going to go to vote right now because I got no one else willing to speak. Here's where we have. This is on proposed ordinance 2111 as amended. The amended version is map G as in George. A yes or I approves proposed ordinance 21-11 as amended. A no or nay rejects it. Once again, a yes or I approves proposed ordinance 2111, as amended, a no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote boxes when you respond. This will be a roll call vote. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Lopez.
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
No with explanation.
Counselor Stubbs.
No.
Counselor Oropesa.
No.
Counselor Best.
Yes.
Counselor Kennard. Counselor Kennard.
Her microphone appears to be still muted. Oh, there she is.
Counselor Kennard.
Do we have her?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can we have your vote, Counselor Kennard?
Yes. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Motion fails 5-4.
All right. I will be conferring with Mr. Patterson and the city manager, Mr. Nebb, on what our options are on this. I'm inclined to call for an additional city council meeting, but to reconsider this matter, we would have to have a motion to reconsider with at least one member of the prevailing party agreeing to that. We would.
Mr. Mayor.
You're up, and you have your request to speak.
Thank
Yes,
you.
your explanation.
I just wanted to say, I want this done. I do. The thought has been sent out during this conversation that we should come to these meetings prepared. I promise you, I've spent a long time in a hotel room looking at map upon map upon map, looking at the information, but without a demographer here, these answers are not going to be answered. And it's always also been said that, you know, a demographer being here is not going to change our minds. Well, I think that let's not come to this with the preconceived, it's my way or the highway. We need to look at it. If map G is the better map, and I can be assured of that, it'll have my vote. If map H is the better map, and I can be assured of that, it'll have my vote. I want what's best for this community, and I yield.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
before you continue, let me just, since we're talking about reconsideration here, under the governing body rules, there's two ways to reconsider. A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the governing body may only occur during the meeting at which the action was taken and may only be made by one of the members of the governing body who voted with the prevailing side. However, okay, hang on, let me just pull this up here. Agenda items previously considered and whereby action was taken by the governing body may not be placed on a future agenda for reconsideration within 6 months of such action unless requested in writing by 5 members of the governing body, provided that at least one member shall have been of the majority of those present and voting on the item.
Okay. So, counselors, I will need an email no later than noon tomorrow for a special meeting on Monday. Otherwise, we punt on this. And candidly, I'm of the opinion we petition the district court to do the redistricting. But I don't get to make that vote. All right, moving on. Items 5 through 10 were on the consent agenda and were approved. When the agenda was approved, item number 11 was removed from the agenda. We are now on item 12. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee with a vote of 3-0 and the Airport Advisory Commission at a vote of 4-1 that I move to approve Resolution 21-75 establishing a fee for the use of the Roswell Air Center water rights in the amount of 2,500 acre-feet as part of the Roswell water distribution supply system.
All right, before we go to Mr. Nebb, I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster. But before we go to Mr. Nebb, let the record reflect at 8:33, Counselor Roebuck departed the meeting. All right, Mr. Nebb.
Is one that we discussed at the budget time, and I said we would try to bring you a resolution before the end of the year. So that's why we're here. For the past 53 years, we have been contributing funding from the utility billing of all the customers out on the old base to the air center. And so the water and sewer bills would go into our coffers and then back out to the air center. For just understanding is that we set our rates for the water and sewer company based upon the need for the companies, the water company and the sewer company, for their repairs and the conditions of that. So when the Walker Air Force Base became a part of the Roswell Air Center, the city entered into an indenturement document with the FAA, and that condition says that we are required to operate the municipal airport and its related uses together. So we acquired the water rights at that point in time. We acquired a water system. We acquired a sewer system. We acquired all of the streets and electrical system. And so with that, we received the 2,500 water rights that we have been utilizing, acre feet, that we've been using for water. And so we've been using them for the city customers. What Resolution 2175 does is it establishes a value for those water rights and provides that the city water department will budget funds to reimburse the Air Center for the use of those water rights. What we have done is that based upon how we've set the budget of taking the utility bills from everybody out there, that budget is about $548,699.34. That equals 220 dollars per acre foot of water for water rights. Now, over the years, the water company has changed, the sewer company has changed. We used to have a lagoon system out there, and we've connected the entire sewer system into our waste treatment plant. The water company, we've invested a lot of money into that as well too. So the cleanest way we could clean this up without doing any damage to the Air Center for revenue purposes and such was to go back to the water rights that are still there and remain there today. And as long as we continue to use them, we would establish a $220 per acre foot price on those on that 2,500 acre feet of water. And we would contribute that money from that point to the Air Center. That will allow the water company and the sewer company, as the needs of the utility companies grow, those funds will go and remain with the utility company, because that's how we set our rates for that purpose. Legal committee voted 3-0, and prior to that, the Airport Advisory Commission 4-1. And I'll stand for any questions for considering adoption of Resolution 2175.
I have no one wishing to speak on this matter. I will call for a voice vote. Okay. Voice vote. And am I correct in that Councilor Kennard has dropped off? I don't think that was the one that she was working from. I'm sorry? 8:34. So, councilors, just a note, we're down to 7. So this is a voice vote. Please activate your vote boxes. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-75 as presented. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hang on. And the vote is 7-0. All right, thank you. Next item up is item number 13. Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee that I move to approve Resolution 21-76, amending the 2023 through 2027 5-year infrastructure capital improvement plan to add the all-inclusive park and the municipal golf course cart path rehabilitation.
All right, I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Perry to add 2 items to the ICIP list under Resolution 21-76. Mr. Fuentes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. As Councilor Stubbs described, so basically it's just adding 2 projects to the ICIP, which will be done if the council does approve. We'll submit them to the state database for consideration in the upcoming legislative session that starts in January. Again, the legal committee recommended 3-0 at their special meeting on November the 4th. And the only thing I will add, I know Councilor Foster mentioned this at the legal committee, is that this request, especially of the all-inclusive park, was initiated by Representative Nyberg in requesting additional funding to complete the all-inclusive park. And of course, the other park project is the golf course. And with that, Mr. Mayor and councilors, I will stand for any questions.
I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The all-inclusive park, I thought that was already on the ICIP list.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Oropesa, the all-inclusive park is was in our ICIP last year's list, but again, we wanted to make sure it was included in this year's list for consideration for funding. Because last year we submitted it and we did receive funding for it. And again, we went through a revised ICIP list, which was what the council adopted.
Okay, so this is in addition to the, what was it, $1 million that we got, is that correct?
This request is for an additional $1 million based on the estimate provided by the city engineer to complete the project that has been designed. It will require an additional funding from what we received last year.
Okay, the one that I don't remember talking about is the municipal golf course cart rehabilitation project. So is this being added to the ICIP as a top 5, or is it just being added to ICIP in general?
It is just being added to the ICIP in general. Not the top 5 list is not being changed, and that has already been submitted.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have no one else wishing to speak on this one. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-76 as presented. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, it passes 7-0. Next up is item number 14, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This again is at the recommendation of the legal committee that I move to approve to advertise to hold a public hearing in December and vote on proposed substitute ordinance 2113, amending chapter 27 of the Roswell City Code relating to cannabis.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Best to approve, to authorize to advertise for a future public hearing and vote proposed ordinance 21-13. Mr. Mavers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Considering the lateness of the hour, I will do an abbreviated presentation if that will please the
Bless
council.
your heart. Thank you. All right, now, do I have any questions?
I'm here to answer them.
All right, let's go.
No. Amendment number 2 is the largest of the amendments that we'll be making. We are anticipating a grand total of 4 amendments before we get done. But amendment number 2 amends Article number 2, Article 6, Article 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Like I said, it's a very large amendment, but it is necessary in order for us to continue to move forward, yes, with the cannabis ordinance and filling it all out. Now, the legal committee recommended 3-0 at the October 28, 2021 regular legal committee meeting, and we are asking that you move it forward for a full vote at the next meeting.
All right, Counselor Stubbs. Microphone.
There's too many things to add. I'm sorry.
Tell me about it. You don't have 5 screens
I
in front of you.
don't. And I'm very thankful that you have them and I don't. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to mention very quickly, because there was a question as to what the difference really was in the substitute, and I'd just like to quickly say that on page 3 of the substitute, 3 of 20, the last 3 definitions and the first one at the top of the next page were inadvertently left out of this, and it was a major part of this entire packet. It has all those have already been approved in the original document. And then again, on page 4 of 20, again after retirement facility, we deleted definition of secondhand smoke and smoking because there was a reference to the Clean Air Act, and so we weren't ready to do that. And then I'm not sure how to handle this, Mr. Mayor, but on page 15 of 20, I just noticed on line 25 It's the letter B where it should be C, and I hope that council will let us just correct that without any major to-do.
Well, this is not final, this is just authorization to advertise.
I know. So I'm asking just to be able to correct that B on line 25 should be a C, and then everything else was basically renumbering. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Counselor Stubbs. I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter. Counselors, again, this is simply an authorization to advertise for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-13. This is not final action. This is simply authorization to advertise. This will be a voice vote. A yes or aye authorizes the advertisement for the future public hearing and vote. A no or nay rejects that. All those in favor of authorizing to advertise for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-13, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. I have one no. Counselor Moore. Otherwise, it's 6-1, and it does pass. This does not require, we just have. All right. Moving on, item number 15. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I might just note that the next 4 items are very much the same. They are renewing franchise for solid waste. So this first one is at the recommendation of the legal committee. I move to advertise to hold a public hearing in December to consider adoption of proposed ordinance 21-14, granting a franchise for solid waste collection, transportation, and disposal services to Waste Management of New Mexico.
Okay, I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to authorize the advertisement for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-14. Mr. Patterson, you're going to basically cover all 4 of these items, but we will act on them separately. Is that a fair way to approach this?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. You'll be somewhat familiar with this because we did something similar last year with J&A Recycling. Basically, everybody that is doing solid waste collection services within the city is required to get a franchise from the city because pursuant to state statute and our ordinances, the city reserves the exclusive right to engage in this activity. However, we do have the authority to do contracts with private companies to allow them to do it under our oversight. The reason why we do it this way is that solid waste collection is a public utility in the sense that it's an absolutely necessary service that we all must have, and so those who engage in it need to be subject to governmental oversight and regulation. So pursuant to state statute, when we issue a franchise, we have to do it by ordinance. And so what we do is we issue the franchise ordinance, and per state statute, that becomes effective after 30 days unless there's a challenge. And then similar to when we sell property, somebody can come forward with a petition with a certain number of signatures. Don't ask me off the top of my head what the number is. I don't remember. But I can find out if you're interested. So if they file that petition, then we have to have a referendum on whether to grant the franchise. So in this case, we have 4 people or 4 companies that have been doing this for us for some time. They have had franchises from the city since going back as far as the 90s and probably before that, but that's the earliest documents that I have. And so with regard to these companies, franchise ordinance lasts for 25 years, and then it expires and you have to do a new one. And once you do the ordinance, then you follow up with that with an agreement, which then fleshes out the terms upon which they may exercise the franchise. And so with all 4 of these companies, we've got situations in which the franchises have gone stale and expired, and we're operating in some cases on old agreements that aren't good anymore. And so the purpose here, working with Abraham, and has been to get us on a solid footing with these companies, get all the paperwork right, the franchise ordinance is adopted, and then we'll follow up with them with new agreements that are not, the ones we have right now are relics of several decades ago, fresh agreements that are kind of up to the standards of what we're doing these days with contracts. So the first one we're going to look at is waste management. of New Mexico. They have a 2017 agreement, although it's the same form as the others from the 90s. The company's franchise ordinance was issued in 1994, so it has expired under its own terms. This proposed ordinance would reauthorize Waste Management's franchise. This was recommended by the legal committee. Whitcamp is the next one. They have a December 1, 2002 agreement. However, we cannot find an actual ordinance for them. We looked back through the city clerk's records, and there's an ordinance number, but when you click on the ordinance number, what pops up is the agreement from December of 2002. So it's not an ordinance, it's just an agreement. So we want to pass an ordinance now to properly grant them a franchise, and then we will follow up after that with a new agreement that, again, is up to our new standards. The next one is Southwest Disposal. They have an agreement and a franchise ordinance from 1995. Again, it's expired. We're going to give them a new franchise ordinance. We're going to do a new agreement with them. And then the last one is Desert West Disposal Company, or Desert West Enterprise LLC, excuse me, that's their name. So with these guys, they have a 2011 agreement. We can't find a franchise ordinance for them. And so again, we would ask that you consider holding a public hearing on all 4 of these companies to consider whether to adopt franchise ordinances, granting them the right to do trash collection services in the city. And they all do commercial. None of them do residential. That's purely the city.
Okay, I have Councilor Oropesa. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's the question that I was going to ask. Does each one have an assigned area, or do they just go and do their thing?
No, so what happens is that any company that wants to have the trash collection services goes and does a contract directly with one of these companies. So because they don't do residential, so like for example, if a Walmart or a big box store, they generate a lot of waste, and so they can hire Waste Management to come collect their waste and haul it to our facility where they dump it. And so that's the arrangement. And so the franchise ordinance and agreement allow them to operate that business, and then they have to pay the city a franchise fee in order to do that.
And what is that franchise fee? Just curious.
It's been 7% of gross revenues, I believe, is what it is, and that's the number that we got from those are the ones that are in place from the agreements from the 90s. That's what we've always done.
Okay, thank you.
All right, councilors, what I will do here is we will act upon this first proposed ordinance 21-14. Then I will call on Councilor Stubbs to make the motion for 21-15, 16, 17 in sequence. Unless there's additional discussion or debate, we'll go through these one at a time. These are simply authorizations to advertise. They are not final action. We'll do a voice vote. Activate your vote box at the time that you respond. All right. So with number 1, proposed ordinance 21-14, waste management franchise. Authorization to advertise for a future public hearing and vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 7-0. Next up, item number 16, Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, at the recommendation of the legal committee, I move to advertise to hold a public hearing in December to consider adoption of proposed ordinance 21-15, granting a franchise to Whitcamp Disposal Company for the collection, transportation, and disposal of solid waste.
I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Foster to authorize to advertise for proposed ordinance 21-15 dealing with Whitcamp franchise. I will call for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the authorization to advertise for this proposed ordinance. A no or nay rejects it. Please vote with your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 7-0. Next up, item number 17, Councilor Stubbs.
Mr. Mayor, again, at recommendation of legal, I move to advertise to hold a public hearing to consider adoption of proposed ordinance 2116, granting a franchise to Southwest Disposal Corporation for the collection, transportation, and disposal of solid waste.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to authorize to advertise for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-16, offering a franchise to Southwest Disposal. I will call for a voice vote. A yes or aye authorizes that future public hearing, authorizes the advertisement for the future public hearing. A yes approves that. A no rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed,
Aye.
say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes 7-0. Next up, item number 18, Counselor Stubbs.
Mr. Mayor, yes, at the recommendation of the legal committee, I move to authorize to hold a public hearing in December to consider adoption of proposed ordinance 2117, granting a franchise to Desert West Enterprises LLC for the collection, transportation, and disposal of solid waste.
I have a motion. Very good. I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to authorize to advertise for a future public hearing for proposed ordinance 21-17, granting a franchise to Desert West Enterprises. This will be a voice vote. A yes or aye authorizes the advertisement for the future public hearing. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Who are we missing? Counselor Moore, we didn't get your vote. All right, your vote. Yes, so I have Counselor Moore with a yes.
We'll put it in.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're up to item number 19, Counselor Best.
I'd like to make a motion to consider approval of RFP 22-007, the fire apparatus preventive maintenance and repair service.
I have a motion by Counselor Best and a second by Counselor Moore to approve RFP 22-007. Chief.
Mr. Mayor, Council, this is just moving forward with our process of getting this bid out to hopefully score a contract to get somebody in place here in Roswell to help us keep our fire trucks on the road and running and ready to go.
Okay. Any questions or comments for the chief? All right. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves RFP 22-007 as presented. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed,
Aye.
please say nay. And it passes 7-0. Next up, item number 20. Counselor Roebuck is not here. I will call on Counselor Foster because he's next to me.
All right, I make a motion to ratify the change order to the provided by Roof Care utilizing the CES procurement to perform additional repairs to the A.O. Smith roof in the amount of $152,414.15.
I have a motion by Counselor Foster, who will hit his motion button there,
yeah.
and a second by Counselor Best to approve a change order for work provided by Roof Care. Mr. Fuentes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. So on August 12, 2021, the City Council approved the Roswell Test Facility roof replacement project for the buildings that you see on the slide there, in the amount of $627,000. Unfortunately, after that approval, we did have a significant wind event that had additional damage to the main building, as you can see here on this slide. And this is actually part of a video on the picture on the left, where you see that big dome there. That's the wind picking up the membrane. It did quite a bit of damage, so that's the reason for the additional change order that's being requested. The Infrastructure Committee approved on October 25th 3-0 approval of the requested change order. And the contractor will be reinforcing the replacement roof with a lot better, higher wind sustainability, fix on that roof to avoid any future issues here. But unfortunately, that's the reason why we're requesting the change order at this time. With that, Mr. Mayor, councilors, I will stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Perry. Counselor, you have the floor.
Just clarification, that was not the new roof flying in the air.
That is correct. That was the existing roof.
All right,
We were in the
let's-
process of getting it repaired
All right.
when we had the significant wind event.
Okay. Thank you, Counselor. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the change order for the roof at the Roswell Test Facility. A no or nay rejects the change order. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 7-0. Next up is item number 21, Counselor Stubbs.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this again is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee that I move to approve the lease agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Chaves and Lincoln Counties at the location of 201 South Garden for a rent of $1,000 per month for the first year. And then after the first year, the term, or the first year, the rent will be adjusted by a 3% or Urban Consumer Price Index, whichever is higher. And it's for a 5-year term, and both parties may enter into into 3 additional 5-year terms if they both agree upon that. And I want to also include Exhibit A, which is the insurance.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs. As soon as she hits the button, she did. And a second by Counselor Best to approve the lease agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Chaves and Lincoln Counties. Counselors, note that this is connected to the next item as well, but we will act upon these in separately.
Mayor, City Council, thank you so much. Again, this is for the Boys and Girls lease agreement that for renewal on that. The premises, of course, provides location for the community programs and services that the Boys and Girls Club of America provide. The rent is $1,000 a month, due on January 10th, 2022. Rent adjustment will be 3% or CPI, whichever is greater. The term is for 5 years with 3 additional periods of 5 years each. The legal committee did recommend 3-0 approval in the October 28th meeting. So please consider recommending approval for a lease agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Chaves and Lincoln Counties on the property at 201 South Garden.
All right. I have a motion. I have Counselor Foster on my request to speak. Sorry, I'm starting to lose it. Counselor Foster.
Well, I just wanted to make for full disclosure, and most of you already know it, but for the public too, that I sit on this board, but I have been advised in the past. I didn't seek advice this time, but in the past that I sit on the board as a volunteer. I do not receive any monetary gain from it, and I will be voting on this, but I just wanted to have that for full disclosure for this one and for the next one.
Okay. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Upon looking at this and from hearing from the Boys and Girls Club, who do a phenomenal job in our community, a great benefit to our people, to the young people. We're living in uncertain days and uncertain times right now with interest rates and everything, and so much is going up and down. We don't know what the CPI is going to be as this term continues and continues on. I would like to make a motion to amend to strike the CPI from this contract, from this lease, and to just allow it to be by the 3% adjustment thereafter 2022. I just think that gives them the ability as a nonprofit agency that's doing something that benefits our population significantly, gives them the opportunity to be able to plan appropriately And just because we just don't know if CPI is going to be rather crazy to try to predict. I just have a feeling over the next little bit. So that's just my motion to strike that would be on page 129, which is page 2 of 15. And on the second and third line, the all urban consumer CPI, whichever is greater, to strike all of that language.
Okay, Mr. Patterson, are you comfortable? You know what he's referring to?
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay.
For the term of the lease. When the term is fulfilled, that council at that time will determine what to do.
Typically, the way that we write these is that when they're renewed on the same terms and conditions unless otherwise agreed to explicitly by the parties in the renewal.
Counselor Best, would you turn on your mic and scoot closer? We can't hear you.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I don't mean to be rude, but if you're going to do that, so when it starts the next term, you need to make sure the CPI is on there, then that council can decide whether to take the CPI off. So the first term, you don't want it on, and then the second round, you do. That way that council can choose.
Wait a minute. Before we go into this, I have a motion, but I do not have a second. Is there a second for the motion to amend the lease?
I'll second.
I have a second by Councilor Orpesa to amend the lease. Okay, now we're on the motion to amend the lease. So going to that point that Councilor Best has made.
So I asked for a friendly amendment to make sure that the CPI is only on the first term of the, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20 year, is it 20 years?
The elimination of CPI is only effective for the first term.
That's it.
Oh, we can do that if that's what you like. I don't.
That's a friendly question. Will you include that?
I think that's fine. I think I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, so at this point, the motion is to strike the CPI for the first 5-year term of the lease, but any subsequent terms of the lease would include 3% or CPI, whichever is greater.
Yes, that's how I understand it.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, I'll go.
All right, on this motion to amend, any discussion or debate? Councilor Foster?
One of the explanations is also tied to the next series of this. If you understand, this is a contract that we are, sorry, I had to laugh. We have deliveries coming. But it's tied to the next order of business, which is we're entering into a contract that's tied for 5 years also, with no increases to the Boys and Girls Club. The Boys and Girls Club are providing a service to the city by taking care of the kids that if they weren't doing it, the city would be providing it and costing the city. And up until just a few years ago, we didn't even charge a lease agreement with the Boys and Girls Club. We gave them the facility. So, and that's one of the reasons with CPI changing and with us entering into a 5-year agreement with them in this next order of business without increases, then that's one of the reasons that I think the Boys and Girls Club has talked about the CPI. Thank you.
All right. On the amendment to strike the cost of CPI, limiting rent adjustment to 3% for the first 5-year term only. This will be a voice vote. A yes or aye approves that amendment to this lease agreement. A no or nay rejects the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, we now have an amended lease agreement. Taking the final action. You didn't want to speak on that, did you? I hadn't cleared. Sorry. On the amended lease agreement, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the lease agreement as amended. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor of the lease agreement as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed,
Aye.
please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes. So, thank you. Now, on to item number 22, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This, again, at the recommendation of the Legal Committee, that I move to approve the service agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Chaves and Lincoln counties for a period of 5 years with possible renewal of 3 additional 5-year periods, including Exhibit A, which is the scope of work, Exhibit B, compensation, and Exhibit C, insurance.
All right, I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to approve a service agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Chaves and Lincoln Counties. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. This was Juanita's item, but she could not be here with us, so I am going to handle it for her. So hopefully I will not do a bad job. As you heard in the motion, this is a services agreement with the Boys and Girls Club. It's kind of the second part of what we just heard with the lease. They provide after-school activities and different things for the youth, and for putting on these programs, which provide a substantial benefit to the city. We reimburse them. The original proposal, which came from the previous agreement we had with them, was $32,000 annually. However, they requested 40, and so there was a motion and an amendment at the legal committee to increase it to 40. It's payable in quarterly installments. I'll tell you that these agreements we had existing lease and an existing services agreement with them going back quite a ways, and it just happened that both of these, I guess perhaps my predecessor was good at planning ahead, both of these agreements terminated or expired at the same time. And so we were able to look at both of them. And at that time, I felt that when you looked at the lease agreement and the services agreement, they were like a Venn diagram. They kind of touched on, they were like addressed the same issues and talked about the same thing. So my purpose here was to kind of separate them and have the lease agreement be about the lease stuff and the services agreement be about the services, so that there wasn't this weird 2 agreements that were basically had the same language in them. It didn't really, why do we have 2 of these? So that was kind of the purpose with doing this, besides just the fact that the agreements had expired. So with that, legal committee did vote to recommend this thing unanimously. So please consider adopting the Boys and Girls Club Services Agreement, and I'll stand for any questions.
All right. I have no one wishing to speak on this. This will be a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the service agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Chaves and Lincoln Counties as presented. A no or nay rejects the agreement. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 7-0. Next up is item number 23. This is the Judy Stubbs night. Counselor Stubbs.
Not my fault. At the recommendation of the Legal Committee, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the service agreement with Roswell-Chaves County Economic Development Corporation for business retention, expansion, and economic development services, including Exhibit A, which is the scope of work, Exhibit B, reporting matrix, Exhibit C, compensation, Exhibit D, insurance. This is for a 2-year period with an opt for one additional 2-year period for $100,000 per year, and the possibility of annual reimbursement of up to $25,000 for special projects agreed upon by the city.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the Roswell-Chaves County Economic Development Corporation service agreement with the city of Roswell. Mr. Nebb.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm pleased to present the continuation of our relationship with the RCC EDC. We work in partnership with them to promote economic development and to support our businesses for relocation, expansion, and launching in Roswell and Chavez County. With this, the scope of work, it will, for the city, we will be contributing $100,000 to the services of the EDC, and we also have setting aside $25,000 for special projects that we work together, pre-approved by the city manager. The scope of the work is 80% of these funds will be used for business retention, expansion, and recruitment allocated. And then 20% will be allocated to technical services for businesses and support. We do have a metric system built into this this agreement with quarterly reports on the activities, job creation, profit loss, actuals, budget financial reports, industry, business solicitation reports, housing and retail property, promotional campaigns, and so on. And then there will be an annual report that is required of the City Council along with the proposed annual budget, overview, and strategic plan for preceding year. I would ask you to consider continuing on with this agreement. This is an increase from $96,000 last year, but that was a reduction due to COVID. And the Economic Development Corporation understood the pressures we were under, and so this brings them back to where we had them previously before.
Okay. I'm kind of embarrassed to admit this. Mr. Espiritu had signed up, and I didn't look at the number he had signed up for, which was 12, which was the water agreement. I assumed he meant to speak on this one. And I apologize, Mr. Espiritu. I got distracted. Something happened with redistricting. Did you want to share anything as the executive director, as the president?
On this item?
On this item. And I apologize again. I missed you on 12.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I did intend to speak on item 12 on the water rights, but that's passed, so that's water
Okay.
to the bridge, if you will.
It's closer to the microphone now.
The EDC has been a partner with the city for a number of years, and we appreciate that partnership. There's things that we can obviously do that governmental bodies cannot do, as Councilor Stubbs knows very well. This contract is a little bit different from the previous contracts, and what's good about this, it does have some specific metrics and goals in it versus just a nebulous request for services. So there's some specific things that we're required to do, which we do anyway, but we're required to do with trying to meet those numbers, which I think are important. So I'll stand for your questions, Mr. Mayor, councilors, if you have any.
All right. I have Councilor Best. I exhaust my list. Councilor Best, you have the floor.
Joe, I just want to make it, wow, loud. I just want to make sure that we do have built into this audits for this group. I didn't read it real close. I just assumed that the staff was doing their job and doing it right. And we do need audits for all these groups that we give money to.
Yeah, I believe it is in there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. At this point, I'll call for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the service agreement between the Roswell Chavez County Economic Development Corporation and the City of Roswell. A no or nay rejects the service agreement. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 7-0. Next up is item number 24, Councilor Stubbs.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this also is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee that I move to approve the scope of work for RFP 22-008 for utility statement processing and mailing services.
I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Foster to approve RFP 22-008, utility statement processing and mailing services. Ms. Treadwell, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I am the new water billing supervisor, so also new to the City of Roswell, being employed here, so please bear with my language and lingo and all of that. But I am here to request approval from the mayor and city council to approve the scope of work for RFP 22008, which is for utility billing, printing, and mailing services. We pay over the $59,999.99 each year for these services, so it needs city council approval.
All right, any questions or comments for Ms. Treadwell? Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the RFP 22-008 scope of work. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none. You got it.
Thank y'all so much.
Treadwell. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Mr. Mayor, I've never seen someone so glad to not get questions, but welcome to the city.
All right, up next, number 26, Counselor Stubbs.
25.
25. Okay, I'm sorry.
Not a problem.
That's getting late.
Item 25.
Item 25.
Again, at the recommendation of the legal committee, I move to approve to purchase a new Toro Groundmaster 5900 mower for Parks Department from Simpson Norton using a CES cooperative purchasing agreement for the amount of $119,034.85.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs, as soon as she hits the button, and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the purchase of a new Turo groundskeeper mower. Ms. Hicks.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight I'm requesting a new Toro Groundsmaster 5900 mower for the Parks Department using a CES cooperative purchasing agreement. Recently, the Parks Department has been reorganized to have 4 complete grounds maintenance crews, whereas they used to have 3. And so since they only have 3 mowers, we would like to add this piece of equipment to their fleet so that they can have 4, not because they'll all be mowing at the same time, but because there will be times when the equipment will be down and we'll need to have an extra unit. This equipment costs $119,034.85, and it will be purchased from Simpson Norton. And of course, it will take probably a year to get it. And I will stand for any questions.
Seeing no questions at this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the purchase of the Toro Groundsmaster 5900 mower. A no or nay rejects the purchase. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 7-0. Next up now is item number 22. Don't go away, Ms. Hicks. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, recommendation of the legal committee, I move to purchase 4 new buses for Roswell Transit from Creative Bus Sales using New Mexico state pricing agreement for the city's portion of $93,811.20.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the purchase of Roswell Transit buses. Ms. Hicks.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. What this boils down to is normally we get 2 buses replaced each year, but we have had an accident in 2 of our buses that have not been replaced, but they were total losses. One in 2019 and one this past year. And so what we requested from you when we requested this budget was 5 buses, because we will also have buses that are getting too old. The DOT recommends 240,000 miles, and currently 4 of our buses are over that limit. So when we requested that from the state, they said no, we're just going to give you 2. And then when we told them we were going to apply for additional grant funds from another grant, they said, oh, we'll reconsider, and they decided to give us 4. And so I'm asking that you would consider purchasing 4 of these buses for the city's portion of $93,811.20 from Creative Bus Sales with a New Mexico state price agreement. And I'll stand for any questions.
All right. I have Counselor Foster. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
No major question, just a statement. We are moving to the smaller buses, correct?
Correct. These match the ones that we ordered last year, the 2 that we ordered last year.
And I just want to say, I saw one of our vans that are smaller buses that really is a van today, and for the first time, and it really looks nice, and it was hitting a non-main arterial, and it really looked appropriate, and it really looked good for us. So thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
All right. I have no one else on my list at this point. I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the purchase of 4 new buses for Roswell Transit from Creative Bus Sales. A no or nay rejects the purchase. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 7-0. I do have one quick question for Mr. Fuentes. Are we going to need to do a budget adjustment for these purchases at the December? Or were these already in the budget?
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, no, these items were already in the final budget.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, next up, item number 27, Counselor Stubbs.
Mr. Mayor, this is my last motion of the evening. I move to approve a new convention center bank account for event operations through Pioneer Bank, with signatories being Janie Davies, Finance Director, Joe Nebb, City Manager, Mike Matthews, Deputy City Manager, Mayor Dennis Kentai, David Reed, Facility Operations Manager, and Chad Hayes, Chef.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to authorize the approval of a convention center bank account. Mr. Nebb.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, this establishes a separate event operations account is what it does, a bank account so that we can move money in and out based upon the need to purchase goods for the kitchen and for the convention center. So it does take the City Council in order to set up the bank account, and we've had one out here, and then Spectre carried one for us as well. This will place Janie Davies, Finance Director, Joe Nebb, City Manager, Mike Matthews, Deputy City Manager, and Mayor Dennis Kentai, who are the regulars on most of our accounts, and also include David Reed, our Facility Operations Manager, and Chad Hayes, our Chef, as approved signers on this account. We'll stand for any questions.
Seeing no questions, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the creation of the convention center bank account as described. A no or nay rejects the creation of the bank account. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed,
Aye.
please? Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 7-0. Next up is item number 28, Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion that we approve the continuation of the Roswell Labor Management Relations Board.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Foster to continue the operation of the Roswell Labor Management Relations Board. Mr. Patterson.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. You will recall about this time last year, we had to jump through a bunch of hoops because of recent state legislation that stated that put in place a bunch of shock clocks. If we didn't hit a bunch of deadlines to file paperwork with the state, then they would automatically eliminate our Labor Management Relations Board. Well, the hoops have not ended, and they will continue indefinitely, basically. So this one is that in every odd-numbered year, the city and each of the labor organizations have to affirm the continuation of our Labor Management Relations Board to the state board. And so all 3 of the labor unions have already signed the paperwork that they need to sign. And so what's left is for the city to affirm the continuation, and then what we'll do is we'll call a meeting of the Labor Management Relations Board to finalize this and get it to the state. We have to do this by the end of the calendar year, which is why this item was placed directly onto the agenda, so that we would have time after getting the labor management, or after getting the labor unions to sign off, the council to vote, then hold a hearing, then get it to the state. So please continue voting to affirm the continuation of the Roswell Labor Management Relations Board.
All right. I have no one wishing to pose any questions on this matter, so I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the continuation of the Roswell Labor Management Relations Board. A no or nay terminates that board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 7-0. Next up, item number 29, Councilor Foster.
Mayor, thank you. I'd like to make a motion for the council to accept the ITB 22008 to consider the award, ITB 22008, for the 2022 annual maintenance contract to Abrams Construction, Inc. out of Albuquerque for the amount of $9,703, and it jumped on me, so sorry.
92 cents.
92 cents.
All right. I have a motion by Councilor Foster and a second by Councilor Moore to approve the award of ITB 22-008. Mr. Nahar.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and congratulations for speeding up the rest of the meeting. I applaud you all. What you have before
I did my best there, Mr. Nahar.
You all did your best. I appreciate that. I'm sure the rest of the staff appreciates it too. So what you have before you is our 2022-23 annual maintenance, which sets the unit price for every linear foot of curb and gutter, square yard of sidewalk, base course, pavement, everything that we do. We go 1 year, and then if the price is right and everybody's happy, then we re-sign it for the second year. So it's a 2-year contract. We do little things. I'm showing you on the pictures. The bench is one of the benches that was donated. It's right there by Cielo Grande around the playground area. And the other picture on the right is where we addressed the drainage problem at Quail Village, right there at Pennsylvania at their entrance. And every department pays for their own work orders, and I stand for any questions.
All right. I have Councilor Foster. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Not to belabor this, but I just did notice that the next bid on this was almost three times higher than what this bid was. So this seemed like a very good deal for us.
Abraham has already had this, I believe, 5 years. And it's hard to beat Abraham. He specializes in concrete. He's got a very good crew at that kind of stuff. The next low bid, their concrete crew is not as good. But if you remember, our biggest customer or use of this is water maintenance transmission after a water main break. And typically after a water main break, and you're having to do a lot of concrete and road work, and Abraham's got it down, and he's hard to beat right now.
Well, and that's what the other one was almost 27,000 something compared to 9,700. So I think we got a good deal.
As city engineer, I'm happy with Abraham.
Thank you.
I got no one else wishing to speak on this matter. I will at this point call for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the awarding of ITB 22-008 to Abraham's Construction. A no or nay rejects the awarding of the ITB. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, seeing none.
Thank you, Council.
7-0. Next up, I have no one who signed up for public participation for a non-agenda item. Future agenda items, councilors, anything we wish to put on the agenda that has not been? All right, well, feel free to contact me if you have any. Councilor Moore?
We talked about the convention center. I told that the people that were already here, did they get retired, like the chef that's already named, but did they retire? The people that were there, they're all.
I'm not hearing it.
Could you turn your microphone on? Thank
It's
you.
on, I just was too far away. I was just wondering about the convention center, where the names that we're listing, did they hire new people? Or is this a whole new staff, everybody's new? Or did some of the people get to come back after?
Everybody's new. Yeah, the Spectra staff, they've moved on to other things, and so everybody is new and they're city employees.
All right. Anyone wishing to add agenda? Okay, committee reports. Do you have the table that has them all listed? Nope. Okay, so we'll start off with finance. Anything that you wish to inform us of that you?
Just that finance will probably be heard in legal in December because of lack of our ability to gain a quorum.
Okay. Next up, I've got public safety. Anything?
Public safety is not having a meeting in December.
Okay.
We're gonna party.
Both the chair and vice chair of infrastructure have dropped off. Anyway, general services, Councilor Foster.
No report.
Okay, and Councilor Stubbs for legal.
Yes, I'm sorry we haven't done this sooner, but our agenda has been packed. But I think we are going to revisit the sign ordinance. And if there are any changes, hopefully they're not going to get in place by filing date, but they will be for the election for the city council for March elections. That's
All right.
it.
And that note, Mr.
All right, Mr. Mayor, City Council, I want to start just by saying thank you to the mayor today. He championed our ICIP top 5 list with the legislature and did a fantastic job. I believe we're going to get every penny we asked for. Tomorrow we are doing a pond completion celebration at 3 p.m. So at that point in time, Mr. Burris and all of the work that he has done on the pond, he will be tagging out, and Mr. Wright will take over ownership of the pond as a part of the zoo, and then it'll take on its next steps. So we've completed most of the work. We'll talk a little bit about what we were able to save in the method that we went through with the pond, and we'll thank a lot of people tomorrow for that. And then I will send out an updated list of all the meetings for December through the end of the year so that everybody can get caught up to date with everything that's going to happen throughout the rest of the holiday season and into the new year. So we'll try to get that out in the next couple days as well too. So as of that, I stand for any questions, but thank you so much for tonight.
Any questions for Mr. Knipp? Seeing none, it is 9:37. We are adjourned. We went from item 1, 2, 3, that's 4.